Chapter 560. Jiang Zhao's competition was scheduled to start at 8 p.m. local time, but in China, it started at 7 p.m. Hence, it attracted a large number of spectators. The toxic healer of China vs. the Indian war god? Everyone wanted to see how the medical auxiliary star warrior managed to get into the national team. After all, the qualifiers for the national team were relatively confidential, and most of the competitions that Jiang Zhao had participated in were team battles. Only the battle for the Capital Star Warriors recommendation qualification could be used as a reference. However, the toxic healer's opponent, Feng Xiao, didn't seem to be very powerful. It was this match that attracted the attention of the whole nation, and even the whole world, that opened the door to a new world. A person's combat skills could really be trained to such an extent. Silence, teleportation, green light. With just 3-star techniques and the superb swordsmanship, the so-called Indian god of war was able to make all the arrangements. The media, who had been pessimistic about Jiang Zhao, immediately turned around and began to praise his combat abilities. Under the bombardment of the media, the general public, who were passive recipients of information, gradually began to accept this assistant's participation in the World Cup's individual competitions. Everyone was praising Jiang Zhao both domestically and abroad as they frantically analyzed how he won, how reasonable his star technique combination was, and how powerful he was. To tell the truth, he was exaggerating a little too much. Jiang Zhao's Weibo was the only one that was still considered pure and untainted. Jiang Zhao's latest Weibo post was a repost of Yi Xuanyang's interview with People. After the competition, the number of comments increased by nearly 70,000, and Jiang Zhao's Weibo followers exceeded the 6 million mark, and it was still rising. Besides, according to what teacher Feng Xingyan revealed, someone had really approached Jiang Zhao for a commercial endorsement. However, it seemed that the national team had turned them down in the name of preparing for the competition. One could imagine how eye-catching this world-class, gluttonous feast was. Of course, even if the World Cup ended and Jiang Zhao returned to school in the capital, he wouldn't be involved in any commercial activities. He's the Guardians of the Night and a light chaser. Why would he endorse products? It was better not to find trouble for himself. Shocking. A member of the national team is actually introducing barbecue to an opponent from another country. Isn't that big kidney fat? Doesn't the grilled cod smell good? Sop, sop, sop. I really want to eat skewers with Brother Xiaopi. So now, if I say that I want to break the World Cup's best result for support, would you believe it? Chinese delicacies bring glory to our country. Lamb kidney and grilled codfish. I'm craving for the Indian war god. Hong Yin said, Jiang Xiaopi, I love you. Xia Yan's reply was immediately pushed to the top. Interestingly, there were very few comments that teased her and Jiang Zhao. Instead, there were rows of replies that were arranged in a formation. Goddess Yin, are you accepting disciples? Goddess Yin, are you accepting disciples? Goddess Yin, are you accepting disciples? Jiang Zhao returned to the hotel after the match. He was very pressed for time. The first round of matches had ended today, and he would continue drawing lots the next day. The day after that, he would have to compete on stage again. At the very most, they only had 2 days of rest, and there was a high chance that they would have to set off on their journey tomorrow. That was the result of Jiang Zhao's first match. The students who were arranged to compete at the end of the day would be considered to have given up for the entire day. After the lot-drawing ceremony tomorrow, all the victorious students would find a venue corresponding to their serial numbers and fly to the next city and the next stadium. At this moment, Jiang Zhao was in a hotel in Nagoya City, watching the competition on television while scrolling through Weibo. The Wi-Fi in the hotel was pretty good, so there was no problem logging on a Weibo. Of course, Jiang Zhao had also seen Xia Yan's comment. He chuckled and typed a reply. At Hong Yin, I love myself too. On the TV, Wu Xiaojing was surrounded by ice, turning the whole arena into a world of ice and snow. There were protruding icicles everywhere. Under the sunlight after the rain, the icicles looked crystal clear. It was a spectacular scene. China, Wu Xiaojing, victory. As the referee's voice sounded, There were deafening cheers in the arena. Wu Xiaojing seemed to be a little exhausted, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. She waved her right hand at the audience outside the arena. Since the television in the hotel could not receive the local television, Jiang Xiao had no choice but to watch the news on his mobile phone. Victory! China's athletes have won consecutively. They won all 5 matches in the morning. In the team competition, Xiangnan Military School was unstoppable and defeated the Gaul Roosters' main team. In the individual competition, Capital Star warrior Jiang Xiaopi took the lead and killed the Indian god of war. Central Plain Star warrior Xie Yin burned the sky with black flames and burned the tyrants of the United States. Capital Star warrior Ho Ming shot down the warriors of the Ba Federation, while a Dong Navy medical officer Wu Xiaojing, and froze the flying fish of Australia. 1 team and 4 individuals have successfully advanced to the next round of the World Cup. Please watch the specific report below. Oh my god, this Xie Xiaohei is really strong. Jiang Xiao grimaced while watching the short video on his mobile phone. He finally knew why the host called it black flames burning the sky. It wasn't exaggerated at all. The black flames that filled the sky were like dark clouds pressing down on the city. After the match, even the surrounding metal cages would be burnt to ashes, let alone the green field. Fortunately, the audience was far away. However, even so, Jiang Xiao could see the horrified expressions on the faces of the audience as they got up and retreated. Did this kid not go all out during the competition? This star technique, this painful and hideous expression, especially when coupled with the miserable shrieks of his opponents, Xie Xiaohei seems more and more like a villain. Fortunately, it was Xie Yan's second match in the morning. Hence, the organizers had at least an entire afternoon to repair the venue. Dong, dong, dong. A video call request suddenly popped up on his mobile phone. Due to the fact that there were too many blessing messages, Jiang Xiao had already turned off the push notification on WeChat. This person is really daring. How dare she make a video call? Let me see who it is. Isn't this my goddess Yin? Jiang Xiao picked up the phone, only to see that Xia Yin was not alone. A group of students from the Capital Star Warrior Academy were gathered around her. Xiaopi, 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 Xiaopi. What kind of god of war are you? You're the god of war. Jiang Xiao got a great shock and was already prepared to rebuke Xia Yin when he suddenly saw so many excited faces. Jiang Xiao hurriedly adjusted his state of mind and waved at everyone. The atmosphere was extremely enthusiastic, and Xia Yin blushed slightly. She suddenly leaned toward the microphone and yelled, Xiaopi, you're the best. When I go to the venue, I'll bring you mutton skewers. With that, she moved her cherry lips closer to the camera and kissed it lightly. Then, she hung up the video call. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. When humans were particularly excited and agitated, they would indeed do something unexpected, especially in a cheering environment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration for the deranged Xia Yin to do anything, but the problem was Jiang Xiao scratched his head forcefully and thought, am I being teased? Dong dong. Jiang Xiao hurriedly went to open the door, only to see that it was teacher Fang Xingyun with a hotel staff member who was pushing a dining cart. Teacher Fang said, try not to appear in public. Eat in the room. Oh. Jiang Xiao nodded and turned his body to let the dining cart in. He asked, Han Jiangxue will be competing in the afternoon. Can we go to the venue? Fang Xingyun shook her head with a solemn expression and said, no, you don't have much time. Have a good rest. We might have to set off after the groups are determined by drawing lots tomorrow morning. There are so many stadiums in Japan and kimchi. We might not be assigned to any of them. Okay, Jiang Xiao said helplessly and sat down at the coffee table with Fang Xingyun. They then took out 4 dishes and a bowl of soup from the dining cart. I specially ordered this from a nearby China restaurant, Fang Xingyun said while looking at Jiang Xiao with a doting smile. As Fang Xingyun spoke, he looked at Jiang Xiao with a doting smile on his face. Hurry up and eat. See if it's to your liking. Huh. Thank you, Teacher Fang. Ming Long and I aren't that lucky. Jiang Xiao picked up his chopsticks, picked up the rice, and stuffed it into his mouth. Fang Xingyun had a strange expression on his face when he heard Jiang Zhao's nickname for the 2-star warriors from Beijing. After the meal, teacher Fong instructed Jiang Xiao to take an afternoon nap before leaving Jiang Zhao's room. At 14 p.m., teacher Fong knocked on Jiang Zhao's door again. The two of them reviewed the battle in the morning in detail together and watched the competition in the afternoon. Little Jiang Xue and her team were arranged to be in the first round. Jiang Xiao flipped through more than 100 television stations and finally found the live broadcast of the competition. The Star Warriors World Cup was too crowded, and they all started at the same time. Little Jiang Xue was considered lucky. After all, she was from China and had the support and expectations of countless viewers. Hence, there were live broadcasts of her competitions. On the other hand, the battles between some smaller countries were not even broadcasted. Jiang Xiao yelled, "Yes, get rid of him." Ice roar. "Ah, Song Chuanqi, throw your sword out. You have long arms and legs. Why are you so short in battle?" Damn, Hisu's Fuwang robe is amazing. The opponent is flying, and there's nowhere to borrow strength. Little Jiang Xue, don't use the dark blue scepter. It's such a good opportunity. Blast him with a lightning chain. Why don't you just sell Wu Yao? The damage output is the most important. She's standing in front to sell herself. Fong Xingyin pressed Jiang Xiao, who was jumping around on the sofa, down. Be quiet, be quiet. It's coming, it's coming. Jiang Xiao was shocked. Damn it. I love you, Wu Yao. Stare at him. Be gentle. Don't tear the opponent apart. I knew it. You're the most important person in the team. You can't be sold. Wu Yao is mighty. Wu Yao is awesome. I want to buy you Yushi. Fong Xingyin pressed Jiang Xiao down onto the sofa and reprimanded him. Be quiet. There's someone living next door. Boo-hoo. Jiang Zhao's face sank into the sofa as the back of his head was pressed. There was no doubt that Jiang Xiao was the reason why Fong Xingyin, who was gentle, and kind, would be so infuriated. The referee's voice could be heard from the television. China, capital Star Warriors. Victory. Jiang Xiao pushed Fong Xingyun's palm away and got up from the sofa. He looked at Fong Xingyun carefully and said softly, "Nice." Fong Xingyun was speechless. Chapter 561. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the special news of the Star Warriors World Cup. As of 1500 hours p.m. Beijing time, all the contestants from our country have finished their matches. We have won all 3 matches in the team competition and won 7 and lost 1 in the individual competition. In the individual competition, Zhao Wenlong, the seeded contestant from Beijing Star Warriors University, unexpectedly lost to George Xing from the United States and was eliminated. Jiang Xiao held his mobile phone with a sullen expression. Due to the fact that Zhao Wenlong's match in the afternoon coincided with Han Jiangshue's, Jiang Xiao watched Han Jiangshue's match. After the team competition ended, Jiang Xiao went to look for Zhao Wenlong's match again, only to discover that it had already ended. Zhao Wenlong had lost in 6 minutes and 42 seconds. Jiang Xiao looked at the list of videos and clicked on the news related to Zhao Wenlong. The following scenes may cause discomfort to some viewers. Please watch them at your discretion. As soon as the host finished speaking, the screen had already switched to the battle between Zhao Wenlong and George Xing. In the scene, the Caucasian young man with blonde curly hair laughed strangely while holding onto a pumpkin bomb that he continuously threw towards his feet. The pumpkin bomb was very vivid. It looked like a real pumpkin, and it was similar to a Halloween pumpkin. It was about the size of a volleyball, and when it was thrown on the ground, it was like a high-explosive grenade. The booming sound echoed throughout the arena. Although Zhao Wenlong was in the middle of the smoke and dust, his star technique, Shadow Pursuit, did a great job. He shifted his real body to the back of the field and managed to escape the explosion by a hair's breadth. The sound of coughing could be heard coming from the black smoke. As the black flames slowly dissipated, George Xing was seen holding onto another puppet, George Xing, and using it as a shield to block in front of him. The puppet was almost the same height and proportion as him. The workmanship was extremely exquisite, and it was comparable to a wax figure. In fact, it was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. As the puppet George turned into star power and dissipated, George grabbed his blonde, curly hair with one hand and pointed at Zhao Wenlong with the other. He then mocked, "Ha ha 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 ha." Zhao Wenlong remained expressionless, and several figures darted out of his body again. They moved forward in an orderly manner and set up a trap in advance. Huh. Xiaoxing suddenly took out a black top hat from his back. He reached inside and took out a shiny table knife. Nah, George Starr had a look of disgust on his face as he casually tossed the knife away. The knife that fell to the ground turned into specks of starlight and disappeared without a trace. Then, Xiao Jixing took out a small revolver made of star power from his tall hat. Huh. George Starr had a strange expression on his face. He looked around at the pistol and then stuffed it into his waist. Xiao Jixing didn't seem to believe it. He kept touching the tall hat. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Rumble? A red balloon floated out from the tall hat. He grabbed the string of the balloon with one hand and swung it left and right, as if he couldn't see Zhao Wenlong's attack. The tall hat in his other hand also turned into specks of starlight and disappeared with the wind. Then, the red balloon exploded in an instant. Thick smoke filled the air, filling the arena. No one could see what happened after that. The black fog in the arena hindered everyone's vision. Then, there was Zhao Wenlong's sound, George Starr's wild laughter, and finally, a series of explosions. The power of the explosions was so strong that it shook the heavens and the earth. Even the cameras were trembling slightly. Everyone waited anxiously for the result. They were extremely worried. They could only hear the explosions and the golden tigers that broke through the fog. Amidst the noise, a gunshot shook everyone's soul. He, ha 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 ha. Accompanied by George Starr's wild laughter, gunshots were heard continuously. That revolver that was supposed to be a single shot had the effect of a fully automatic rifle. Dozens of seconds later, the referee stopped the match. The thick black fog dissipated almost in an instant. There were large pits, green fields, and the ground was tattered. Zhao Wenlong's clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in dirt. His body was covered in bleeding gunshot holes as he lay limply on the ground. On the other hand, George Starr sat cross-legged beside Zhao Wenlong with a yellow balloon in his hand. He was tying the string of the balloon to Zhao Wenlong's wrist. George Starr wiped his lips with one hand, which was stained with a large amount of blood. After adjusting the position of the camera, everyone finally saw that George Starr was still vomiting blood continuously. The clothes in front of his chest had already been torn, and his blood-stained chest had even caved in. The scene was extremely cruel. However, George Starr seemed to be unable to feel the pain. While vomiting blood, he was still smiling maniacally. George Starr took advantage of the situation and wiped his palm on his caved-in and broken chest again. He then stretched out his blood-stained finger and drew a creepy, blood-colored smiley face on the yellow balloon. A sinister aura was presented in front of everyone's screens through the camera. His extremely insane appearance was chilling. His voice became softer and softer, but his smile became wider and wider. His blood-stained teeth, protruding eyeballs, and distorted facial features formed an extremely twisted face. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was in the same state of mind as the audience. Is this a member of the American national team? Did he escape from a mental hospital? What exactly happened in that thick fog just now? The medical awakened Star warriors who swarmed forward pushed George Starr away to prevent him from doing anything to hurt Zhao Wenlong again. George Starr, who had been pushed away, did not care at all. Blood was flowing from his mouth, but he did not take the initiative to ask for treatment. Instead, he lay on the bumpy grass and swayed his toes left and right, looking like he was entertaining himself. Of course, the medical staff couldn't sit back and do nothing. They hurriedly treated his body. Kacha! Jiang Xiao shifted his gaze away from his mobile phone and turned around to see Fong Xingyun walking in with her mobile phone. I just got through to him. Zhao Wenlong is fine. Don't worry. Fong Xingyun said that she didn't want Jiang Xiao to worry, but Jiang Xiao knew that she was extremely worried when he saw her panicked expression. Jiang Xiao said, "Teacher Fong, go and take a look at Zhao Wenlong." Although there's nothing wrong with him physically, who knows if he's mentally damaged? I have staff here to guide him. He can just go to the competition tomorrow. Fang Xingyun said firmly, No, we have a most professional medical team. Zhao Wenlong is a strong star warrior. There won't be any problems. Don't get distracted by this battle. There are many experts in the World Cup. You have to take it as a warning. Be nervous and face it seriously. Jiang Shao looked at the worried look on Fang Xingyun's face and nodded repeatedly. He asked, What's the background of this kid? Fang Xingyun shook her head and said, That's not what you should be thinking about. There are 600 to 700 contestants. It's impossible to do homework on them one by one. As soon as the results of the draw are out, we can just study our opponents. Jiang Shao said. Fang Xingyun continued, The probability of the two of you running into each other in a competition of this level is too low. In particular, a lunatic like him will have a huge fluctuation in his combat power, and his emotions will be very unstable. If he finds it boring and suddenly says that he doesn't want to participate, he really won't participate. I still want to kill him. Don't tell him not to participate. Jiang Shao looked upset. Old cadres like us rely on hot tea to keep ourselves awake every day. It's already good enough that we can participate in competitions. Yet, you've even taken out a bomb and a revolver? Are you even human? Looking at Jiang Zhao's silent expression, Fang Xingyun stepped forward and rubbed his head gently. Don't think too much. Have a good rest. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. Let's watch the draw ceremony together. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded and watched teacher Fang Xingyun leave. However, Jiang Shao did not listen to her. Instead, he sat on the sofa and quickly scrolled through his mobile phone to search for information related to Planet George. There were a few star techniques of Planet George listed on the internet, and they were all speculated and analyzed. There was no official list of George's star techniques on the internet. It seemed that the United States had done a good job of keeping their own contestants confidential. This character seemed to have attracted the attention of many people. Hence, many people were frantically spreading rumors about George on the internet, but Jiang Shao had no idea if it was true or not. After searching for a long time, Jiang Shao found a more unified statement. It was said that before George was 16 years old and before the school organized the students to awaken their star maps, he had always been an excellent student and was often called a nerd. School violence in the United States was rather serious, and the school atmosphere was generally not friendly to children who loved to study. In China, if one was a good student who loved to study, teachers would like him, parents would praise him, and classmates would be envious or jealous of him. Deep down, Huaxia still advocated culture and knowledge. However, the situation was different in the United States. On the day of the awakening ceremony organized by the school, George Starr was supposed to be judged by fate together with his classmates. However, due to the fact that he was an absolute nerd who was hated by others, he was blocked in the toilet by a few of his classmates. They stripped him naked and tied him to the toilet. Such bullying had been with George throughout his student life, but this time, the bullies went a little overboard. George Starr missed the awakening ceremony because of that. That wasn't all. During the 5 long hours, many children of other grades entered the toilet, but they turned a deaf ear to George Starr's cries for help. They would even open the toilet door and make fun of George Starr. Some even took photos of him and posted them on the internet. No one knew how George Starr survived those 5 long hours. When the teacher rushed over after hearing the news, George's face was dull, as if he had lost his soul. He ignored everyone's questions. George Starr suffered a great psychological trauma, and the photos of him being stripped and tied to the toilet in the school were still going viral. After George Starr went home, he did not come to school again. 3 months later, when George Starr returned to the public eye, he was already awakened. It was in a coffee shop. Due to his unstable emotions, he directly caused an earth-shattering explosion, 9 dead and 16 injured. It was said that when people came in to rescue, George Starr was lying on a dismembered corpse in the collapsed house, smearing the corpse's blood on his face and laughing maniacally after that. The 16-year-old George Starr was taken away and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. There was no news of him for several years, and no one knew if he had gone to the hospital or prison. 7 years later, George Starr reappeared and was specially enrolled in the university. He signed up for the World Cup singles as a Year 4 student. Hence, people only knew about George Starr's individual star techniques and did not know the specific list of his star techniques. They could only gather information through the competitions. Phew! Jiang Xiao sighed deeply. He wondered if the stories on the internet were true or not. The United States is really a magical country. How can I still enter university after such a thing happened? How can such a person participate in the international competition? Chapter 562. Today, 3 a.m., 12, 17, 20 a.m. Looking for monthly votes. At 7:30 a.m. on June 2nd, in the hotel, Jiang Xiao took a sip of the hot soy milk, picked up a Xilong Bao, and ate it. There were a few side dishes on the coffee table, which were specially bought by Teacher Fong. The two of them had breakfast together in Jiang Xiao's room. However, Jiang Xiao wasn't very focused and simply swiped his mobile phone while eating. The first round of the individual competition of the World Cup has ended. The death toll is as high as 4 people, 3 in the team competition and 1 in the individual competition. Even with such comments, the name Zhao Wenlong was still flooding the screen. In fact, Zhao Wenlong's name could be seen everywhere in the comments below the various news and videos on the internet. Such comments made Jiang Xiao feel infuriated. Zhao Wenlong was the first member of the Chinese team to be eliminated. Since yesterday afternoon, there had been a crusade against him on the internet. If he won, he would be praised like a god, but if he lost, he would be scolded like a dog. Even Jiang Xiao was annoyed by the one-sided comments. If Zhao Wenlong were to see them, he wondered what he would think. Since they could enter the national team, the students were definitely qualified in all aspects. Everyone yearned for victory, but what could they do if they were not as skilled as others? The mainstream media was still analyzing the reasons for Zhao Wenlong's failure and the strength of George Starr. However, to the netizens, losing was a sin. You're wearing a national battle robe, and you're famous in the capital and even in the entire country. Yet, you were eliminated in the first round. No matter who your opponent is, such a situation is intolerable. We don't care if you work hard or not. We don't even care about the process of the competition. We only care about the results. As one of the 8 generals of China, you actually submitted such an answer sheet. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you deserve to die. The more Jiang Xiao looked at it, the more upset he felt. George Starr was the one who killed him, but the ones who destroyed him were his own people. Star warriors had victories and defeats, and there were also deaths. That was a common occurrence in the military. However, once he was accused of bringing glory to the country, everything would change. Stop looking. Fang Xingyun snatched Jiang Zhao's mobile phone away. You still have competitions to attend. Don't let anything affect you. Jiang Xiao picked up another Xilong Bao and asked, "Who died in the individual competition? How did you handle it?" Fang Xingyun put down his bowl and chopsticks, turned around, and looked at Jiang Xiao with a serious expression. He said, "None of this has anything to do with you. In a while, the lot drawing ceremony will be held. Only your opponent will be related to you." Jiang Xiao grinned and did not say anything else. Far away in Huaxia, the cafeteria of the capital Star Warriors University was already packed with people. As Star Warriors, the Star Warriors World Cup was a grand event. Some students would watch the lot drawing ceremony in the classroom or dormitory and pay attention to the battles between the national contestants. Most of the students prefer to watch together. Therefore, after the students had their breakfast, they didn't leave the cafeteria. Instead, they chose to chat and wait. Zhao Wenlong was inevitably mentioned in the topics of these students' conversations. Zhao Wenlong was an upright person. Although he was powerful, he was humble and polite. In the capital Star Warriors circle, Zhao Wenlong had almost 0 negative comments. Hence, the students were quite friendly to Zhao Wenlong. However, they all felt that it was a pity that such an outcome would happen. I'm coming. A student yelled loudly. All of a sudden, the students all raised their heads and looked at the television hanging on the ceiling. Xia Yin and her roommate, Zhao Qi, were seated together with an untouched plate in front of them. Xia Yin was obviously a little nervous and didn't have much of an appetite. She anxiously waited for the results to be released, hoping that Xiaopi wouldn't encounter any lunatics. To everyone's surprise, the Chinese contestant was the first to be drawn. The Red Star flag was hung high on the upper left side of the contestant's photo. She was wearing the national team uniform and had a beautiful head of short hair. Her beautiful big eyes carried a hint of a smile. Her hand was spread out in front of her, and there was a layer of frost on her ice-cold palm. It was the frost mage goddess from the East China Navy Medical University, Wu Xiaojing. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was instantly swept away, and everyone began cheering and applauding. The female mage goddess from Jiangnan used an extremely domineering stance to freeze the contestant from Australia in the first round and secured an unquestionable victory. Thinking about it now, it was indeed exhilarating. The picture on the right of Wu Xiaojing kept switching. Ding! As the contestant was confirmed, the cafeteria was filled with cheers again. It was a dark-skinned girl with average looks, but her smile was especially bright and infectious. She seemed to have a lively and cheerful personality. On the upper right of the girl was a green, white, and red flag with a 5-pointed star hanging in the middle. She was a contestant from the Republic of Suriname, a small country in South Africa. It's done. Definitely no problem. Congratulations, Wu Xiaojing, for being the first to advance. Not to mention the students, even the teachers who were watching in the cafeteria nodded in their hearts. A few minutes later, another round of cheers was heard. On the big screen, the Red Star flag was fluttering high on the upper left side. A man with a ponytail and strong bones suddenly appeared with a long spear by his side. He held his head high and chest out with a resolute expression on his face. It was the great Tibetan star weapon of China, Fan Run. Bro, don't mess around. Give me a weaker one. Why are you so cowardly? Has the king of spears ever been afraid of anyone? Give me a stronger one and let them see what a conqueror spear is like. I'll show you the great rock spreading its wings. Let's see if your scalp is numb. The crowd held their breaths as the picture on the right quickly switched. Ding! Saitu Shinji. F***CKU. What kind of opponent did you choose? There are 10,000 small countries participating in the competition. Do you really have to fight each other in the first few rounds? This is bad. This. Neon Sword God, F***CK. You can also call him Huaxia Sword God. Yeah, his father is from Huaxia. There's an outflow of talent. What the F***CK, Huaxia Sword God. With me, God Pai here, who dares to call themselves Huaxia Sword God. On the right side of the picture was a short-haired young man wearing a blue and white national team uniform. He held a tang sword in a reverse grip in his hand and held it horizontally in front of him. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. There were cherry blossoms circling around his wrist that was holding the sword in a reverse grip. He was one of the hosts, the captain of the national team from Japan, and the publicly recognized sword god. Saitu Shinji, also known as Gu Shinji, was of mixed Chinese and Japanese descent. He grew up in Jiangchang City, the provincial capital of northern Hubei in Huaxia. After that, he studied at the high school affiliated to the University of Jiangxing. After he became famous in Japan, according to Gu Shinji's high school classmates, Gu Shinji's dream was to get into the University of Jiangxing. Everyone there loved the cherry blossom avenue that was as pink as the sunset and as red as the morning sun. Gu Shinji was no exception. At that time, there was no star map and star power intruding into his life. He and his family were all ordinary people, and they were worried about their ordinary lives in the future. During the third year of middle school, due to family reasons, he followed his parents to Japan. At the graduation ceremony of Lia High School in Edo City, Japan, a small probability event happened to him, and he became a rare awakened. His star map was the same as the flower and the sword in his picture. It was a tang sword with cherry blossoms circling around it. Then, the path to becoming a god began. One could imagine how difficult it was for a mixed blood to be able to stand in the position of the captain of the national team, and how strong his combat power was. Gu Shinji's reputation was not just for show, but for real. He rose to fame in high school and was specially recruited to Edo University. He had never tasted defeat in his 4 years in university, and his path of struggle as a Star Warrior was exactly the same as that of the Star Warrior Queen in the capital. He had a place for himself among the students of the Star Warrior world, and he was even more famous in the neighboring countries. Internationally, experts from many countries predicted that he would be a recognized, guaranteed top 8 contestant, especially with the advantage of being the host. People had reason to believe that he could go further. There were wails in the cafeteria of the Star Warrior University in the capital. "All of you, stop yelling. It's coming, it's coming." A loud roar drowned out the buzzing sounds in the cafeteria. On the television, in the picture of the second seat, there was a handsome young man with short hair. He was dressed in the Chinese national team uniform with a smile on his face and a misty dagger in his hand. The timing of the capture was very interesting. The spinning dagger was pressed against the back of his hand, but it was unclear if it was spinning upwards or downwards. Shanghai Star Warrior. Ember. Everyone hurriedly looked at the first seat. Which country's flag is this? It's black and red. Why is there a bird? The independent state of Papua. It's an island country above Australia. So it's stable. If it still isn't stable, Ember will drop out of Shanghai Star Warrior University. Damn, Wu Xiaojing and Ember. These two advancing together, are they bullying us? Get lost. If they're strong, they'll scream. If they're weak, they'll say that they're bullying us. That's enough. 10 minutes later. Stop making noise. Stop making noise. My God Pi is here. All of a sudden, there was dead silence in the cafeteria. When others appeared, there would be cheers and applause, but when Jiang Xiao appeared, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It could be seen that the students of the capital Star Warrior University were really nervous about Jiang Xiao. In the character picture, Jiang Xiao was still rubbing his head with one hand and smiling shyly. He was very cute and made people think. A few seconds later, there was a series of gasps in the cafeteria. Damn it. Damn it. Juliet M.O. Luowen. What's this? Are the organizers dogs? Why did they specifically ask us to fight the national captain? This is rigged. They're trying to get my God Pi down. The only death in the individual competition was caused by her, right? Damn it. Can't you let my God Pi catch his breath? Your God Pi sure can catch his breath, but I'm about to suffocate. My chest feels stuffy, my heart feels stifled, sigh. In the upper right corner of the second seat, there was a twinkling star, and a red flag with the word United States appeared on a blue background. The United Kingdom of the unsetting sun. On the right side of the character picture, a Caucasian girl appeared. She had long blonde hair that was tied up high, and she had an arrogant look on her face. Her chin was slightly raised, and she looked down at the camera with a disdainful attitude. There was a trace of disdain in her blue eyes, and her right hand was naturally hanging down, crushing a dark red flower. Juliet M.O. Luo won, the national captain of the Rising Sun, United Kingdom, and a plant god. In the previous round of more than 300 individual matches, there were countless people who tried to kill her. Jiang Xiao also stabbed the Indian war god's heart with a knife. However, there was only one person who couldn't be saved. The creator of the death was the captain of the Rising Sun, United Kingdom. Xia Yin saw Ho Mingming's shadow in her. The same posture, the same mentality, and the same danger. Xia Yin held on her mobile phone and wanted to talk to Jiang Xiao immediately. However, she held back and the phone was almost crushed by her. In the end, she still didn't play the video call. She knew that Jiang Xiao must be very busy at this time and needed time to focus on preparing for the battle. Any match could be the last match of a contestant's life. However, when one's opponent was Juliet Mare Luo 1, the possibility of such a thing happening was infinitely higher. Far away in neon, Fang Xingyun's body trembled slightly. What he was afraid of had come. This was beyond the scope of a tough and ruthless character. The captain of the Rising Sun United Kingdom was a female mage who would definitely enter the top 8. Fang Xingyun hurriedly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the staff of the national team, asking for all the information of Juliet M.O. Luowen. They still had 1 day to prepare for the battle. After sending the message, Fang Xingyun turned his head and hurriedly comforted Jiang Xiao. Don't worry, I've asked for the information. We'll study it later. And she also has the video of the last round of the competition. We'll get through the difficulties, huh? Fang Xingyun comforted him, but found that Jiang Zhao's face did not have the slightest worry, as if he did not see the extremely dangerous opponent at all. What's going on? Completely ignored? Jiang Zhao mumbled to himself. Fang Xingyun was stunned by what he said. Fang Xingyun frowned slightly and listened carefully. However, he heard Jiang Zhao muttering, "Why not George Starr? Why not George Starr? I can't wait. I'm dying of boredom. I want to fight George Starr." Fang Xingyun. Chapter 563. June 3rd. In Japan, Tianzhou City. The stadium on the campus of Tianzhou Star Warriors University was filled with a hubbub of voices. The eastern spectator stands of the university stadium were already covered in red. The huge Red Star flag was being passed around in the hands of the people. Accompanied by the cheers of the Huaxia people, the sea of red also began to boil. Jiang Xiaopi, Jiang Xiaopi. Be careful, Jiang Xiaopi. You must be careful. Teleport over and defeat her. Don't be afraid. Charge forward, Jiang Xiaopi. Phew. Jiang Xiaopi took a deep breath and shook his head while holding the giant sword in one hand. He had already made ample preparations, be it when he discussed countermeasures with teacher Fang yesterday, or when he came to warm up this morning. He was in high spirits and ready to go. Beside him, Fang Xingyun continued to exhort. You must be good at making use of your space-time rift. Don't get carried away and don't get hot-headed. Once you're controlled, you must immediately teleport away. Don't compete with her flowers. Jiang Xiaopi nodded. Fang Xingyun said, try the effects of silence. If it's not ideal, don't be stubborn. Her star technique of purification is very powerful. Plants are specialized in controlling and assisting. Jiang Xiaopi said, okay, at the same time, far away in China. CCTV television station. CCTV television station. Hello, everyone. This is the competition venue of Tianzhou Star Warriors University. The contestants are Jiang Xiaopi from China and Juliet Mo Luowen, the captain of a national team from the Kingdom of the Unsetting Sun. I'm the host, Wan Ming. The female host at the side said, I'm the host, Yi Xuanyang. Wan Ming suddenly said, every time I call you CCTV television station, I feel like I'm being taken advantage of. Yi Xuanyang was dumbfounded. Friend, this is a live broadcast of the World Cup. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? I'm so young. Who are you calling Mom? After a small joke, Wan Ming continued. This competition has stirred up everyone's hearts. The captain of a national team from the Kingdom of the Unsetting Sun has single-handedly caused a death incident. Yes, that's true. Yi Xuanyang continued. This is an extremely dangerous goddess of magic. From the data provided by the experts, she is an almighty goddess of magic. Wan Ming. If you exclude close combat skills, she can indeed be called all-rounder. As a rules awakened, she even has an auxiliary star technique that can restore her body. Of course, such auxiliary star techniques are fundamentally different from medical star techniques. However, for a rules awakened, her auxiliary values are already overflowing. Yi Xuanyang. The scariest thing is still her control and output. Wan Ming seemed to have received some instructions through the earpiece. He hurriedly interjected, of course, our classmate Jiang Xiaopi is not a weakling. A single blade of silent green light can turn any god into a lamb. Yi Xuanyang was obviously stunned. What the hell? Does it rhyme? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you brag like that? Don't you know who Shrimpy beat up today? The tempo of the government was the deadliest. If he boasted a little more and made the audience in front of the TV happy, what would happen to the little toxic healer if he lost the competition? His opponent was a goddess who could enter the quarterfinals. This is not a joke. Of course, Yi Xuanyang was a loyal supporter of Jiang Xiaopi. That was also the reason that she ignored the instructions given by the leaders before the broadcast and continued to inform the audience. This contestant is really not an ordinary contestant. Internationally, experts from various countries have predicted that she will enter the quarterfinals. Out of more than 600 contestants, she has secured the title of being in the quarterfinals. There is no doubt about her strength. Wan Ming was obviously brought back, and he nodded. Indeed, I originally thought that Jiang Xiaopi would be able to convince the world with his valiant and heroic performance in the previous competition. However, I didn't expect the experts to agree that Captain Juliet would win by an overwhelming margin. Yi Xuanyang shook her head helplessly and said, "It can't be helped. Silence has been restrained. Once the opponent spreads out the battlefield, Shrimpy's teleportation might also be restrained. This type of control star technique is too targeted." Wang Ming asked, "Oh, is the competition about to begin? I see that both teams have entered the arena." Shrimpy is standing on the east side of the arena. According to the position of the sun, Shrimpy will gain a positional advantage. Yi Xuanyang exclaimed, "Jiang Xiaopi, you must hold on. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. You still have a long life ahead of you. You must hold on." If the first few sentences were considered acceptable, Yi Xuanyang's next sentence was a clear statement of her attitude. "It doesn't matter whether I win or lose." That would mean, it doesn't matter if I lose. You still have a long life ahead of you. That would mean, don't die. You must come back alive. As soon as she said that, many of the audience were displeased. They felt that Yi Xuanyang was trying to boost the morale of others while belittling her own. However, even so, Yi Xuanyang managed to plant a seed in the hearts of the audience through her words. Yi Xuanyang had seen Zhao Wenlong, who had been criticized by everyone. Hence, she hoped that the audience wouldn't hurt Jiang Xiaopi too much after the competition. At the same time, in the arena of Tianshou Star Warriors University in Japan, Jiang Xiao held the giant sword in his hand and spun it gently, while looking at the noble and elegant woman in the distance. She had a European-styled face, and even though she was wearing sportswear, she still exuded a noble aura. Her golden hair was tied up in a bun, and she was staring at Jiang Xiao from afar with her crystal-clear eyes. She raised her chin slightly, and under her tall nose was a pair of thin lips. She gently spat out a sentence. "You're very hard-working and very interesting." Hearing her pure British accent, Jiang Xiao was a little stunned. He initially thought that it would be a segment where they would talk trash in the excitement before the competition, but he didn't expect to hear a compliment from her arrogant attitude. Juliet Mo Luo, when gently pinched a red petal in her hand and said, "I never thought that I would meet you in the second round. Maybe our real competition should be a few rounds later." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Ever since Juliet praised Jiang Xiao, the staff of the arena turned on the microphone. As long as it wasn't trash talk like the Indian god of war, everyone would like to listen to the confrontation between their opponents before the competition. The verbal confrontation was also a psychological game. In any competition, it was definitely not limited to the arena. It would also extend to the pre-competition and post-competition. Jiang Xiao nodded and replied in Mandarin, "Thank you for the compliment." Juliet obviously couldn't understand Jiang Zhao's words, but she didn't care. She continued, "If you admit defeat, your life won't be in danger." Wow! There was an uproar in front of the TV in the audience. They couldn't tell if the other party had good intentions or bad intentions, but no matter what, it was a blatant threat. Only this kind of trash talk could be considered proper. Jiang Xiao held the sword in one hand and pointed it at the captain of the kingdom of the unsetting sun. He then switched to English and said, "Stop talking. I'm not in the mood to listen to you at all. To be honest, your legs are more impactful than your words." Juliet was dumbfounded. "Damn it, this kid. Ha, I'm dying of laughter." Juliet subconsciously looked down at her legs, which were wrapped tightly in the national team uniform. However, it was precisely because of the red and white lines in the sweatpants that her long legs were clearly outlined in front of everyone. Juliet smiled slightly and remained unmoved. She wasn't shy and instead accepted it calmly, seemingly unaffected. She spoke again. "You're an admirable medical star warrior. Admitting defeat is your best choice. No one will blame you if you lower your head in front of me." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips, clearly dissatisfied with his trash talk just now. If it were a Chinese girl, she would either be embarrassed or infuriated. However, This foreign girl actually accepted it calmly. Jiang Xiao changed his train of thought and continued, "Your previous opponent wasn't as friendly as you are now." Upon hearing this, Juliet's face stiffened, and she seemed to be too lazy to explain. She simply humphed calmly. The foreign girl stopped talking, and neither did Jiang Xiao. However, the two of them appeared at 7:55 p.m., and the competition would start at 8 p.m. sharp. It was only 7:57 p.m. now, and there were still 3 minutes to go before the thrilling trash talk segment. Hence, everyone fell silent. It was awkward. 2 minutes later, just before the battle began, Juliet suddenly said, "I'm very sorry." Jiang Xiao believed that she wasn't saying, "I'm sorry," but regretful. Regretful about what? A star map slowly bloomed on Juliet's body. Most of the Chinese people's star maps were transparent, white, or blue, but Juliet's star map was a fiery red. Jiang Xiao looked at the blooming red rose and asked, "Regretful about what?" A huge bouquet of roses bloomed, and she looked at Jiang Xiao from afar. "It's a pity that you still didn't choose to surrender, and it will pierce you." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "That's the national flower of your country, right?" Juliet nodded. "Of course it's a rose." Jiang Xiao dragged the sword with one hand and asked, "Do you know where it's from?" Upon hearing this, Juliet squinted her blue eyes and spread her hands. "You can shut up now." Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "It's from China." Jiang Xiao then pinched his thumb and index finger together and placed it on the left corner of his mouth. He then moved it to the right and made a sewing motion. Beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded. "The competition begins." Whoosh. Juliet's body bounced, and she quickly took a step back, and where she stood before, there was a body of Juliet left. Fast. Too fast. What kind of spell-casting speed is this? Jiang Zhao's silence fell at the same time and smashed on the heads of the two Juliets. However, it was a pity that Juliet planted the flower half a second earlier. Juliet, who was at the back, blushed and seemed like she was about to vomit blood. The Juliet in front of her suddenly transformed into a cluster of huge and fiery red flowers. A faint fragrance of flowers filled the air, and the huge petals danced in the breeze. One had to be reckless when dealing with a Dharma god. Stick close to her face, step on her face, and hit her. In the next moment, Jiang Xiao appeared behind Juliet and slashed down with his sword. Almost at the same time, the green grass around Juliet's body boiled, and countless huge tree vines rose from the ground and rushed towards Jiang Zhao's body. Although Jiang Zhao's body was sent flying, he still slashed down with his sword. However, he only managed to cut off an extremely thick tree vine, and the attack ended in failure. Juliet just stood there without looking back at all. She was surrounded by huge tree vines that rose into the sky and swung around. She could still use her star techniques. Under the protection of the red roses that were blooming in front of him, Jiang Zhao's silence was resolved. Countless huge tree vines seemed to have their own sensing abilities as they whipped Jiang Xiao frantically and even tore the top of the 10-meter-tall iron cage apart. The fiery rose star map on Juliet's body lit up with a red glow again. This time, the grass around her was not the only thing that was boiling. The soil of the entire football field was flipped up too. Tiny, dark green vines crawled out of the ground like little snakes, wrapping around the iron cage and covering the green grass. Then, a field of dark red roses bloomed. The iron cage slowly turned into a flower cage. The crimson roses bloomed continuously and covered the ground, turning the green lawn into a sea of flowers. Jiang Xiao, who was sent flying and spinning, quickly found his bearings. However, the giant vines were so dense that Jiang Zhao's vision was blocked, and he couldn't find Juliet at all. At the moment when he was about to be whipped by the giant vines, Jiang Zhao's body flickered, and he predicted Juliet's location before teleporting over. He then rushed into the array of giant vines that were swaying wildly. Jiang Xiao didn't expect. He was actually standing in front of Juliet, the tip of their noses pressed against the tip of their noses, and both of them seemed to be able to feel each other's hot breath. All of a sudden, both of them were stunned. That's really sticking to each other. Chapter 564. I've written an extra chapter of 4,500 words. I hope everyone will like it. Please support me with monthly votes. Yi Xuanyang said worriedly. It's over, it's over. The Lord Fashion's tactics have been executed and the flowers have already bloomed. Wan Ming said, this kind of battle is really unfriendly to the audience. The green field is full of giant vines, and we can't even find our opponents. Yi Xuanyang's thoughts were still connected, and she was still in her own world. These flowers are poisonous, and the crimson flowers have a paralyzing effect. Xiaopi, you have to hang in there. Wan Ming said, don't worry. All the star techniques of the captain of the Rising Sun City are listed, and the various effects are known to everyone. I believe Xiaopi has already known about them before the competition. He definitely has a countermeasure. The two hosts looked at the chaotic but beautiful scene of the giant vines and continuously analyzed for the audience. However, the audience was not so lucky. Just like the rest of the audience, they couldn't find the two contestants, and there was no explanation. At the instant that the flowers covered the green grass, the several star warriors standing at the four corners of the cage and on both sides of the middle line had already activated a transparent defensive shield. Who were they defending for? Of course, it was for the audience. The paralyzing pollen released by the roses on the ground was really not a joke. The protection outside the arena was in place, but in the array of giant vines, the man and woman immediately started fighting after being stunned for a short while. Although Jiang Zhao's giant sword was long, it could also be used as a dagger. Hence, distance was not a problem. He pointed his elbow at Juliet's chest. During a life-and-death battle, no one would care about such details. Juliet's reaction was also extremely fast, and a layer of fine flowers immediately appeared on her body. Bang! The flowers shattered and petals fell. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking, Juliet spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body was sent flying like a cannonball. Fortunately, she used the flowers to defend herself in time. Fortunately, the flowers were not immune to the knockback effect. Otherwise, but even so, the green diamond light wasn't that easy to receive. Juliet's figure flew backward and directly sank into a huge cluster of flowers, quickly reducing the momentum, and her figure immediately disappeared. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao threw out Sound of Silence and appeared in front of the blooming flowers. He endured the pain of Sound of Silence and slashed down with his sword. The flower was split apart, but it did not hit the entity. Jiang Xiao also acutely discovered that the pain of silence had disappeared instantly. Clearly, silence had been purified by the flower. But where was the flower? Giant vines rose from the ground, but this time they had long spikes. It was obvious that the mage goddess had begun her second phase of attack. Jiang Xiao tilted his body abruptly, and the vines beneath his feet shot up into the sky. The long spikes cut his right leg and tore his white sports pants, but they did not hurt his skin at all. At this moment, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt his body stiffen and go numb. He couldn't move at all. Bang! The giant vine darted out from beneath his feet again and shook its head and tail like a python. Jiang Xiao endured the numbness and immediately flashed away. He flashed out from the enemy's side and arrived at the east side. He's out. Xiaopi is out. It's okay. He's fine. He can still fight. Come on, Jiang Xiaopi. Come on. Hang in there. Jiang Xiao, who had flashed out of the giant vine formation, stood in the sea of flowers and entered the field of vision of the audience again. At Jiang Zhao's feet, tiny flower vines quickly wrapped around his ankles, and the flowers everywhere emitted a faint poisonous fragrance, further numbing Jiang Zhao's body. Rumble. There was a muffled sound. Heaven was enraged. Dark clouds gathered rapidly, and the bright sky quickly darkened. It was a strange and terrifying scene, as if it was the end of the world. The audience raised their heads dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, not knowing what had happened. After the thunder, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and the deafening sound of thunder sounded again. It was drizzling, but Jiang Xiao was frowning. In order to protect the safety of the audience, the competition authorities had set up a defensive shield. However, Jiang Zhao's cleansing tears were blocked by the defensive shield. Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he appeared directly in the sky. At this moment, the drizzle turned into a heavy downpour, drenching Jiang Zhao and washing away the poisonous powder on his body. At the side of the arena, Fang Xingyun immediately realized something and hurriedly ran to the rostrum while yelling, "Defensive shield! Stop the defensive shield! My team members need rain. Besides, the heavy rain can purify everything. There's no need to support the defensive shield anymore." In fact, the referees and the panel of judges reacted very quickly in such a World Cup level competition. Seeing that Jiang Zhao had deliberately flashed out to get drenched in the rain, they realized that they had been thoughtless. However, they did not immediately stop the defensive shield. Instead, they changed their routine and made a compromise. They changed the egg-shaped defensive shield into 4 high walls that surrounded the arena, allowing the rain to fall. Jiang Zhao, who was in free fall, endured the feeling of weightlessness. It was not just a cleansing tier, but also a domain tier. If Jiang Zhao wanted to, he could fly freely in the rain. At the same time, Jiang Zhao could also sense Juliet's location through the domain tier. You have a unique star technique. Juliet stood on the side of a giant vine and reached out to gently pluck the petals that had been drenched by the rain. She knew that the rain had caused all her previous efforts to go to waste. It had perfectly restrained her sea of flowers. The roses were spread all over the ground and swayed gently under the raindrops, no longer having any effect. Wan Ming yelled, "Jiang Xiaopi, tear rain, star technique. It's here." In the rain of tears, no one can bring him any negative effects. Sleep, paralysis, toxins, everything will be purified. Yi Xuanyang widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "There's still a fight. There's still a fight. Jiang Xiaopi, hang in there. Set up, break, attack, and defend." The torrential rain did not dampen the enthusiasm of the audience. Instead, it made their blood boil. Due to the fact that Jiang Zhao had to exert too much force in order to quickly gather the dark clouds, the audience was also drenched. Now that the heavy rain had formed, Jiang Zhao adjusted the rain to the area of the competition venue appropriately. After that, the rain was no longer cleansing tears or domain tears. The layers of rain had turned into sorrowful tears. Juliet immediately felt that something was wrong. She waved her hand, and countless vines weaved into a large net, covering the sky and the earth. It was extremely dense, and in an instant, it had formed a rainproof cover. Besides, the vines were still spreading and entangling with each other. Finally, they formed an egg-shaped cover that isolated the rain from the rain. The flowers under Juliet's feet blocked out the wet rain from the ground. In the egg-shaped cover that was more than 20 square meters, Juliet did not change her identity as a mage goddess. She relied on all the plants outside to sense Jiang Zhao's location and launched another attack. So, this summoning vine star technique is emotionless, will be reflected back to Juliet as long as the rain does not fall on her body. The sorrowful tears seems to be ineffective. The rain fell on her body through her clothes, and the rain of star power continued to seep into her body. However, when the rain fell on the thin vines that were 1 meter tall above her head, the rain of star power seemed to be unable to penetrate Juliet's body. At this moment, the flowers under Juliet's feet were constantly turning over the soil and turning the wet rainwater into the ground. New flowers grew and continued to release poisonous pollen. She was conveying a message. Do you still dare to come in? The flowers and the thin vines turned over the wet soil. Of course, Jiang Zhao received that message. Hence, Jiang Zhao used his actions to express, "Wait a moment." Right away, along with the wind and rain, Jiang Zhao suddenly flashed above the egg-shaped rainproof shield. The giant sword was wrapped in a rich green glow, and he slashed it horizontally. Screech, the head of the egg-shaped vine rainproof shield, was directly lifted by Jiang Zhao. The tightly intertwined vines were like living snakes that were directly split apart and the rainwater poured in again through the large hole that was opened. The dense vines trembled rapidly and grew rapidly, once again covering the sky and isolating the rain. However, the heavy rain that poured in at this moment also made Juliet's expression change. Her blue eyes widened and her emotions plummeted. Could it be? Is this the pain you're going through? There were only tears of sorrow in this torrential downpour. Jiang Shao wiped the rainwater away forcefully and pressed Belle on his face before disappearing in a flash. Whoosh! Jiang Shao stepped on the vines, and the moment his body disappeared, the interior of the vines began to boil. When Jiang Shao appeared behind Juliet and swung his sword down, the ubiquitous vines had already wrapped around Jiang Zhao's wrist and quickly wrapped around his body. The small egg-shaped vine defense shield shrank rapidly and crushed the large rose flower beside Juliet's feet in an instant. The beam of light, of blessing, obviously could not penetrate the dense vines. Hence, just as the large rose flower was about to be destroyed due to the contraction of the vines, a ray of sound of silence arrived. The tightly constricted vines that were like vines stopped abruptly and froze on the spot. To be exact, Juliet, who had urged them to move, was hit by the ray of sound of silence. Fang Xingyun once commented on Jiang Shao with 8 words: great wisdom, great courage, and the demeanor of a great general. Wisdom, details, and on-the-spot reactions. Courage, perseverance, and extreme decisiveness. Step by step, nibbling away bit by bit, and penetrating step by step. I mustn't give him any chance to take advantage of me. In the silence, Jiang Shao decisively abandoned the giant sword that was tightly entangled by countless vines. He knew that the star power in their bodies was rioting. Hence, it would depend on who could endure it more. Jiang Zhao's right hand quickly passed through the tough vines around him and took half a step forward in the intertwined vines. He then punched Juliet with an abrupt force. However, it was almost impossible for Jiang Shao to hit the opponent with his fist when he was surrounded by layers of tough vines. Jiang Zhao's fist was intercepted by several fine vines, and his punch was hindered from exerting force. Juliet, who had lost her star technique, forcibly suppressed the rampant star power in her body and tore the vines that were supposed to protect her, but were now restraining her. She then took on Jiang Zhao's punch with one hand. Jiang Shao grabbed her slender wrist and pulled her towards him. The tough vines were still blocking the two of them from moving forward, but Juliet took advantage of the situation. Although she was a Dharma god, her physical attributes were above the standard after she entered the galaxy stage, and her physique had undergone a qualitative change. She made use of the force of Jiang Zhao's pull to move forward while clenching her fist with her other hand. She actually found an exquisite angle in the layers of entangled vines and passed through the gaps. She then exerted all her strength and punched Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao also took advantage of the situation and slammed his head into Juliet's fist. Ding! The crisp sound of bones cracking was accompanied by Juliet's screams. My head is made of iron. Diamond-level endurance. You're welcome to try. From another angle, Jiang Zhao's left hand pushed away and passed through the layers of entangled vines. All of a sudden, he tightened his grip and pulled Juliet into his arms. To be exact, he strangled her neck and pulled her into his arms. It was almost impossible to deal a fatal blow in such terrain. Hence, he had no choice but to take another route. Bang! Jiang Shao felt the silence dissipating. There was another round of silence. He definitely wouldn't give her a chance. Jiang Shao strangled Juliet's neck with his left hand while his right hand passed through the vines and quickly wrapped around her, pulling her into his arms along with several thin vines. It was a standard naked strangulation, and the effect was astonishing. Juliet grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm with both hands, and her knuckles turned pale. She tried her best to pull him downwards, as if she wanted to pierce his steel-like arm. It was a tug-of-war of pure strength. Fortunately, she was a rules-awakened and not a combat-awakened. She didn't have special strength training, nor did she wield cold weapons thousands of times to train her strength. She was a proper magic control mage, not a different kind of melee mage. Besides, when she really realized what Jiang Xiao was going to do, Jiang Zhao's locking technique had already taken shape. Unless the difference in strength was really a level, under this kind of constant consumption, there was no reason for the locked arm to be pulled away. Everyone in the audience stood up one after another. They were extremely nervous, and their expressions were solemn and gloomy. Yi Xuanyang, who was sitting in front of the television, held her breath and her heart sank. Her eyes were fixed on the green field that was covered with a sea of flowers. She looked at the special, tightly intertwined vines. Ever since Jiang Xiao entered the vine cover, no one knew what happened inside. They only saw the vine cover shrink rapidly and turn into a vine hill. They didn't know what happened after that. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 25 seconds. All of a sudden, the flexible vine pile showed signs of wriggling again. A few seconds later, a young man walked out with his arms locked around the female mage. The vines collapsed as Jiang Xiao continued to retreat. Beep, 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 beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Let go, let go. China wins. Jiang Xiao exerted too much force in his arms. Even if he wanted to let go immediately, his arms were a little stiff and didn't listen to him. After a full 2 seconds, he finally let go of Juliet. Juliet was like a puddle of mud, lying on her back in the sea of flowers stained with rain and dew. She had already passed out. Such a scene almost exceeded everyone's psychological expectations. The one who walked out of the vine hill alive turned out to be the support. Everyone watched all of this with their mouths agape, until the audience in the east burst into an uproar. They cheered and waved their flags. It was a sea of red, accompanied by a loud roar that soared into the sky. Shouting at the top of their lungs and crying tears of joy were the best way to release their repressed emotions. We won. We won. We really won. China. We won. We won. Sob. Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Xiaopi. In 25 seconds, the Chinese warrior was in a life-and-death duel. In 25 seconds, the people behind him were trembling in fear and restlessness. At this moment, Jiang Xiao, who was drenched in sweat and rain, was swaying a little. He stood in the middle of a sea of crimson flowers and gazed at the audience in the east. Then, a radiant smile appeared on Jiang Zhao's face. Such a scene might be more healing than Bell. There was no such thing as the rising sun in this world. When the sun rose, it would eventually set. When the sun fell, it would eventually rise from the east. Chapter 565. You have one. Skill points plus 100. Xiaopi. Xiaopi. Fang Xingyun opened the metal door of the flower cage and ran in quickly before hugging Jiang Xiao. Jiang Zhao's body stiffened. He then reached out and patted Fang Xingyun's back gently. He coaxed her softly, "Don't cry, don't cry. You won." Fang Xingyun was a gentle, kind, and emotional person. The cruel life of a star warrior did not affect her pure heart at all. Therefore, during the incident at the 923 Inferno Court, she cried sadly. After the soldiers disappeared, she could not sleep at night. She had seen countless lives and deaths, but she was never numb to it. This match had greatly exceeded her expectations. Of course, it had exceeded everyone's expectations as well. Most of the time, the audience's line of sight was blocked. That also made Fang Xingyun feel anxious, especially during the last 20 seconds. Fang Xingyun even thought that Jiang Xiao would be strangled to death like Juliet's previous opponent. However, the child used his arms to wring Juliet and drag her out. Foreigners might be surprised and shocked to see such a scene. The Chinese would be ecstatic to see it, but Fang Xingyun was filled with happiness. This was a kind of happiness that was lost and then regained. When you thought you had a predestined ending, this child, however, climbed out of hell step by step. Fang Xingyun thought to herself, "Hai Tianqing, you've really nurtured a good disciple. Now that he's in university, I'll take over. How great would it be if our future children were like Xiaopi?" The silly Jiang Xiao did not know that he had been taken advantage of. He was still trying his best to comfort Fang Xingyun. A few seconds later, Fang Xingyun took a step back and wiped her slightly red eyes with one hand. Jiang Xiao felt that she had adjusted herself very well. After a competition of such a level and scale, Jiang Xiao had obtained such a victory. Many of the spectators in the east stand were crying tears of joy. Jiang Xiao looked at Fang Xingyun, who was smiling with tears in her eyes, and had an illusion. He realized that he actually thought that a female mage goddess in the Starfall stage was a little weak. Jiang Xiao shook his head vigorously and got rid of the messy thoughts. He smiled and said, "I have a hunch." Fang Xingyun said, "Huh?" Jiang Xiao said, "The scene of us hugging will go viral on the internet." Fang Xingyun was stunned for a moment. Then, a charming smile blossomed on his face. "Did I steal the show? This is your moment." "No, no, no." Jiang Xiao hurriedly shook his head. Fang Xingyun was his team's teacher. He had always been in charge of logistics, guiding him on tactics and analyzing his opponents. How could he steal the limelight? Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, "I mean, this will be a very precious memory." However, Jiang Xiao raised the flag very high. It turned out that after the game, another picture was circulated more widely than this one. Fang Xingyun smiled and nodded. He patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. They're still waiting for you. Give them some reaction. They deserve it." "Oh." Jiang Xiao strode towards the eastern spectator stands and passed through the sea of flowers. He then raised his right hand high and waved at the spectator stands. The stands on the east side of the stadium exploded in an instant. Waves of cheers and whistles rang out incessantly. "Ah! Jiang Xiaopi, this young man is quite powerful. Ha ha ha. I didn't fly thousands of kilometers to see you in vain. Victory! Victory!" Behind him, Fang Xingyun said emotionally, "The whole world thinks that you'll lose. Although it's hard to admit, the people in our country might not have high hopes for this competition either. However, they still came." His words made Jiang Xiao feel emotional. Jiang Xiaopi. Here, outside the flower cage, a familiar face waved at Jiang Xiao continuously with a cameraman behind him. "It's that male reporter again?" It was forbidden to walk around in the arena. Of course, he had communicated with the competition authorities before he could enter. Besides, it was a reporter from his own country. If Jiang Xiao dared to reject him, he would probably be scolded to death. Jiang Xiao strode over and opened the iron door of the flower cage. However, he stood at the edge of the arena and pointed at the roses on the flower cage, as well as the crimson sea of flowers behind him. "Come over here. Look at the scenery. It's so beautiful." The male reporter and the cameraman looked at each other and hurriedly scurried over. The male reporter's voice was very loud. He said excitedly, "Congratulations on another victory, an unimaginable victory." "Why is it unimaginable?" Jiang Xiao looked at the male reporter and asked, "What's your surname?" Stunned for a moment, the male reporter frantically said, "My name is Yang Yang." "Oh, Yang Yang." Jiang Xiao nodded and asked, "Hello, are you going to be the one interviewing me in the future?" Yang Yang said, "It's arranged by the spectators, but that's probably the case." Back to the topic, Jiang Xiaopi, we're all very curious. What exactly happened in the vines at the end of the competition? Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "She thinks she's very strong, so we fought with our fists and legs. She lost." Yang Yang asked agitatedly, "You guys actually fought with your fists and legs in the vines? Your movements will be restricted, won't they?" Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, so I changed my routine and used a locking technique." Yang Yang asked in surprise, "Locking technique? Is that the posture you use to drag your opponent out at the end? I thought it was just a brainwave of yours, but it seems that you've done some research in this area." "Yeah. If I don't have enough star techniques, I'll use my techniques to make up for it." "Wow, that's unbelievable." Yang Yang was extremely surprised to find such a piece of news. "So, the brilliance of your swordsmanship covered up your barehanded techniques. Can I interpret it that way?" Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "There are still many things that were covered up by the brilliance of the swordsmanship. I look forward to your continued excavation. By the way, how's your excavation technique?" Yang Yang was speechless. As a fellow countryman and the reporter who interviewed Jiang Xiao, Yang Yang naturally understood Jiang Zhao's character very well. He hurriedly changed the topic. "What do you think of your opponent in this competition?" Jiang Xiao said. Yang Yang continued to add fuel to the fire, clearly wanting to get some juicy news. "She's the captain of the kingdom of the unsetting sun. She's a goddess of plants. She's so strong that she has already touched the ceiling. She's one of the top 8 contestants." Jiang Xiao waved his hand and accidentally slapped the flower cage. "Don't tell me where it's from, and don't tell me what kind of god it is. You just have to tell me the time and place. Then you can wait by the side for a while and come back to interview me." Yang Yang was instantly dumbfounded. He had a very good impression of the country's athletes. He only wanted juicy news, but he did not want to ruin them. What kind of answer was that? Fang Xingyun was also dumbfounded. Everyone in front of the TV was dumbfounded. In a live broadcast room, Yi Xuanyang and Wan Ming looked at each other dumbfoundedly and were speechless for a long time. Meanwhile, the cafeteria of the Imperial Capital Star Warriors University was in an uproar. F***CK. Goddess Pi is going crazy. She's so arrogant. She's so arrogant. Although I hate people who brag, why do I find this little toxic healer more and more pleasing to the eye? Haha, look at Teacher Fong behind the camera. Isn't her face green? Something's happening. That woman wants to take revenge? Suddenly, a student shouted loudly. On the screen, in the flower cage field behind Jiang Xiao, a sea of flowers was rippling under the breeze. Juliet was standing on top of a cluster of flowers. As the sea of flowers surged and churned, she quickly approached Jiang Zhao's position. "Step back." Jiang Xiao asked Yang Yang and the cameraman to step back and stood in front of the two of them. Click! The iron door of the flower cage opened and the flowers under Juliet's feet disappeared. She landed steadily in front of Jiang Xiao. Her hair was no longer tied up in a bun. Her slightly curly blonde hair swayed gently in the wind. It was a unique style. Jiang Xiao did not retreat at all. His attitude was exchanged for another face-to-face position. It was exactly the same as when the two of them were fighting. Yang Yang and the cameraman kept stepping back. Under Yang Yang's signal, the cameraman hurriedly found an angle and aimed at the two of them. Was the captain of the kingdom of the unsetting sun not convinced? She still wanted to provoke him after the match? Juliet held the giant's sword in her hand. She lifted it slightly and placed it by her side before handing it to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and reached for the giant's sword. On the other hand, Juliet shifted her body slightly and lowered her head slightly, using Jiang Zhao's shoulder to block her thin lips so that no one could read her lips. She said softly, "If you want, I'm already dead." Jiang Xiao frowned slightly, but did not respond. Juliet continued, "I never wanted to kill anyone. I just wanted to do my best to win. In the process, accidents will happen. My star technique is very special, and there are some things that I can't control." Jiang Xiao lowered his head too. Both of them were the same height. He cooperated with Juliet and hit his lips. "You don't seem like someone who's willing to defend himself." Juliet said, "I just want to tell you that the person you spared is not a cold-blooded, antisocial lunatic." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and thought, "Can't you just be a villain? What's there to prove?" Juliet glanced at Jiang Zhao's shoulder and looked at the crowd behind. She said softly, "I'll repay you for what I owe you." Jiang Xiao blinked and said, "What are you waiting for, then? Give me your contact information. In the future, I'll send you the QR code when I pay for my skewers." Juliet was speechless. Jiang Xiao leaned back slightly and looked at her blue eyes teasingly. Juliet smiled and raised her chin slightly. Although they were of the same height, she still seemed to be looking down at Jiang Xiao. "Why should I repay you? That's my business." In the live stream, Wan Ming yelled, "The captain of the kingdom of the unsetting sun is obviously dissatisfied with the competition just now. She's provoking the opponent of our country." Yi Xuanyang continued, "Victory and defeat are common occurrences. Being able to accept and let go is the demeanor that a star warrior from a great nation should have." Contestant Juliet Imo Luowen obviously has more to learn. Wan Ming said, Their voices are very soft, and they deliberately covered their mouths. But I can imagine the intense verbal confrontation between them. Contestant Zhang Xiaopi did not retreat at all. Instead, he and contestant Juliet, they actually hugged. Yi Xuanyang was speechless. On the other side of the sea of flowers, Juliet suddenly reached out and hugged Jiang Xiao gently. She whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, "You're an interesting medical star warrior. We'll meet again." Before Jiang Xiao could respond, he felt a slight chill on his face. Juliet's cold and thin lips pressed gently against Jiang Zhao's face. She then moved away, nodded, and turned around to leave. In the live stream, Wan Ming suddenly exclaimed, "Great!" Contestant Zhang Xiaopi has won the competition. He's also won his life. Yi Xuanyang was dumbfounded. Chapter 566. After the competition, Jiang Xiao quickly returned to the hotel under Fang Xingyun's lead. There were too many people participating in the individual competition, so the competition schedule was very tight. 1 day of competition, 1 day of rest, and 1 day of drawing lots. However, the team competition was different. There were 113 countries participating in the competition, but the total number of teams was only 260. Apart from the opening match and the first round of the competition, Han Jiangshue's team competition and Jiang Zhao's individual competition were all interspersed, so they had a longer rest period. After returning to the hotel arranged by the competition authorities in Tianzhou City, Jiang Xiao received a call from Han Jiangshue. Fortunately, she did not mention the kiss after the competition. Jiang Xiao also learned that Han Jiangshue would be competing in the second round tomorrow morning, and the team she would be competing against was from India. China and India were going to meet in the first few rounds, be it in the team competition or individual competition. However, Han Jiangshue sounded very relaxed, and she seemed to be very confident. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiao went online to observe that Han Jiangshue did not care about the kiss, but everyone else was focused on her. Putting aside the news of the unscrupulous media, the toxic milk powder in Jiang Zhao's Weibo was really impressive and imaginative. A woman 3 years older than she is, after all, hugging a gold brick. A talented man and a beautiful woman are a perfect match. In that case, let's congratulate the toxic healer for getting a gold brick. God pie. Don't be cheated by foreign girls. They're not worthy. Shocking. The toxic healer failed to become the captain of the Chinese team and has begun to take revenge on society. First, he stabbed the captain of India. Then, he captured the captain of the Rising Sun Nation. Shocking. The toxic healer of China captured the heart of the captain of the Rising Sun Nation. Today, the wedding rehearsal was successfully completed in a sea of flowers. The official wedding is expected to be held after the World Cup. Jiang Zhao's hands trembled when he saw this Weibo post, and he was so infuriated that his liver was hurting. Look at the fans of other teams. They're all doing their best to protect their idols. Look at this group of toxic healers. Why are they spreading rumors and attacking me? Jiang Xiao had no choice but to set the pace himself. He chose a picture of him hugging teacher Fang Xingyun after the competition. The angle of the photo was very good. In the middle of a sea of crimson flowers, the two of them were embracing each other gently. However, Jiang Zhao's back was in the photo. Fang Xingyun's chin was resting on his shoulder, revealing her face. Her eyes were slightly red, and she seemed to be crying tears of joy. Jiang Xiao added the picture, edited the text, and posted it on Weibo. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not, just from Fruit 7+ along the way, he had received too much concern and help, especially from teacher Fang. Ever since I obtained a recommendation in the Capital Star Warrior Club, until now, when she accompanied me to the international arena, she accompanied me to watch the video of the competition, help me study my opponents, and discuss the competition tactics with me. I dedicate this match to my beloved teacher Fang. At Capital Star Warriors, Fang Xingyun. Picture. Click. Send. How could the Huaxia people not want to see a Weibo post that showed respect for their teachers and expressed their gratitude? Wouldn't everyone praise him as a good student and a good teacher? However, As soon as Jiang Xiao sent the post, he saw a comment that popped up. Stars Fanqing exclaimed, "Shocking." Mr. Fong shed tears at the wedding rehearsal, reluctant to leave. All signs indicate that Jiang Xiaopi will move overseas after getting married. Jiang Xiao was completely dumbfounded. He rubbed his buzz-cut hair with one hand and said after a long time, "Damn it, I'll heal you to death." What's this person's name? Stars? Blacklisted. Jiang Xiao was still scrolling through Weibo when the voice coming from the television caught his attention. It's coming. Great Tibetan Star Warrior Spear King Fan Ren versus Neon Sword Deity Tung Shinji. Beep, beep, beep. The door of the hotel was opened, and Fong Xingyan walked in wearing a black dress, sunglasses, and a bag. As soon as Jiang Xiao saw her expression after she took off her sunglasses, he knew that something was going to happen. Indeed, Teacher Fong's emotional heart was touched by Jiang Xiao's Weibo post. Awkward. It's not right to remain silent. Jiang Xiao shifted his butt and gestured in the direction of the television. Hurry up and watch the competition. What did you do just now? Fong Xingyan sighed softly and calmed himself down. He walked over with a smile and sat on the sofa next to Jiang Xiao. I've ordered lunch for you. It took me a long time to choose a Sichuan restaurant, he said. Oh, Jiang Xiao responded, but his gaze was attracted to the television. What's this? Oh my God. I've heard of artificial rain, but I've never heard of artificial cherry blossom rain. This Tung Shinji is even more fancy than me? Tung Shinji was dressed in a blue and white national team uniform and holding a samurai sword in one hand. Cherry blossoms swirled and rose from his wrist, wrapping around the sharp blade. Beep, beep. The competition began. As the flower and sword star map lit up on Tung Shinji's chest, cherry blossoms began to fall from the sky at the next moment. Jiang Xiao did not even know where they came from. Although Jiang Zhao's star map of tears was also a star power rain, he had to at least use its characteristics to attract dark clouds and mix it with special star power in order to use the various star techniques. However, the cherry blossoms that were falling from the sky appeared rather abruptly. The cherry blossoms were abrupt, and Tung Shinji's figure was even more abrupt. The two of them crossed half the distance between them and clashed violently with the samurai sword and spear. Every time the sharp samurai sword landed, a bunch of cherry blossoms would appear, seemingly adding some special effects to the attack. The king of the spear, Fan Run, was not one to be trifled with either. His spear was like a dragon that emitted cold rays of light. This is not a battle. It's a freaking art. The battle that was supposed to be bloody and violent actually displayed the elegance and gentleness unique to the East. Staring at Tung Shinji, who was flashing rapidly in the rain of cherry blossoms, Jiang Xiao exclaimed in shock, "Teleportation!" Fong Xingyun also shifted his gaze to the television, but he shook his head and said, "It's a domain star technique. Those cherry blossoms can increase his speed." Jiang Xiao scratched his head in disbelief. It can increase his speed to the extent of teleportation. Fong Xingyun gave a simple example. Xia Yan's blade of desperation. Do you remember that star technique? Jiang Xiao said, "Oh, is that so?" Fong Xingyun pondered for a while and said, "If we take Xia Yan as an example, it should be tear of blood plus blade of desperation. The cherry blossoms in the sky are not just one star technique. There should be 3 overlapping ones. Of course, that's not something you should consider." Jiang Xiao said quietly, "You also said that you don't have to consider the killer last time. Yet, you met him." Fong Xingyun held his breath and glared at Jiang Xiao with a smile. He said, "I ordered spicy chicken, boiled fish, celery, and cashew nuts for you." Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, "Listen to teacher. Why should we consider this guy? Maybe he'll be defeated by the king of the spear." Fong Xingyun turned to look at the television and secretly shook his head. Fan Ren is indeed very strong, but the contestant on the other side is recognized as one of the top 4. To dispel morale, as long as the god of the sword works hard and gets lucky, he might even be one of the contestants who makes it to the finals. The more Jiang Xiao watched, the more sullen his expression became. "It's too fast. No, it's too fast. This domain has to be restricted. Inevitably, Fang Xingyan followed Jiang Zhao's train of thought and said, I'm afraid your silence won't be able to catch him. This domain is very fast, and he can leave in an instant. One of the few shortcomings is that it consumes a lot of star power and is rather flamboyant and eye-catching. Jiang Zhao lamented, hurry up and be more flamboyant. If there's still no movement, it'll be a godly assassination technique. Want to be a sure kill? As soon as Jiang Zhao finished speaking, Saitu Shinji appeared behind Fan Run, who was still holding onto his spear and thrusting it forward. Next to Fan Run, Saitu Shinji appeared quietly and pressed his sword against Fan Ren's neck. The two of them froze just like that. However, Saitu Shinji said in fluent Mandarin, You've lost. Fan Ren shook his head helplessly. His defensive star techniques were not bad, but he had to actively activate them. Since he had chosen to attack and abandon the defensive star techniques that could slow down speed and movement, he had no choice but to accept the outcome. Fan Ren didn't say anything and simply turned around to leave. The highly anticipated match lasted for 2 minutes and 33 seconds. There was no trace of blood at all, and it was purely a competition of speed and skills. Fang Xingyan shook his head and said, They're all skillful and fast. It can't be helped. Jiang Zhao pondered for a while and said, As long as it's not teleportation, no matter how fast he is, he'll still have a way to move. As long as I catch him once, I'll be able to make him unable to float again. Fang Xingyun turned to look at Jiang Zhao and wanted to say something, but he suddenly remembered the match between Jiang Zhao and Juliet. Wasn't the captain of the Rising Sun City also one of the top 8 players? What about now? Didn't he still faint because of the toxic healer? Perhaps this child can really create miracles. Xi and Ian should be competing around this time too, Jiang Zhao said casually while looking for Xi and Ian's match. After all, Saitu Shinji was too famous. Hence, he chose to watch this match immediately. More than 10 seconds later, Jiang Zhao stood up abruptly and his expression grew increasingly sullen. This match had obviously entered a critical moment. In a field surrounded by giant trees, the battle between the two sides had been shifted to the giant trees, which gave the audience a better view. At this time, a tall and strong black female player was riding on Xi9's body, madly attacking for both sides. Her steel-like fists were constantly hitting Xi9 below her. Tree vines quickly wrapped around the black woman's arm, trying to control her attack and pull her body over. However, the black woman's strength seemed to be different from ordinary people. She forcibly pulled the flexible tree vines and punched Xi9's jaw again. Bang! 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 One punch! One punch! The sound of broken bones was heard through the microphone. Xi9's eyes turned white and his face was covered in blood. The tree vines wrapped around the black woman's arm softly fell down without Xi9's control. Bang! 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 Don't hit! Fang Xingyun covered her mouth with one hand and said in a trembling voice. However, the black woman on the screen became more and more energetic. Her tongue licked the blood splashing on her face and tasted the wonderful taste. She pressed Xi9's head with one hand and raised her elbow with the other. She continued to hit Xi9's broken jaw madly. Beep beep. A hurried whistle sounded and the referee announced the end of the match. The black woman licked the blood on her lips and grabbed Xi9's head, directly lifting Xi9 who was unknown whether he was dead or alive. She waved her other hand high up in the air as if she was showing off her masterpiece and shouted happily at the audience. F***CK. Jiang Zhao's expression was extremely ugly. His body trembled with anger and he clenched his fists tightly. Who is this woman? Chapter 567. If you're a minor, please don't reward me with large amounts. Subscribing to the original edition is already the best support you can give me. It was midnight. At 6:30 a.m. on the 4th of June, the cafeteria of the Star Warriors University was already crowded. Due to the fact that Japan was an hour later than China, The lot drawing ceremony would be held at 7 a.m. in China. Due to the fact that the individual competition and the team competition were completely staggered, the team competition would start at 9 a.m. today. The adjustment of the time made it convenient for the audience to watch the competition. At this moment, the Star Warriors University's cafeteria was buzzing with discussions. Since the team competition was only held today, most of the students were discussing the individual competition that took place yesterday. Did you guys watch yesterday's competition? Yes, 5 wins and 2 losses. Sigh. The more rounds there are, the stronger the opponents will be. The strong will always be strong. Look at Ho Mingming. He's extremely stable. He trampled on his opponents so miserably that I can't bear to watch anymore. Xia Yin is extremely strong too. I really don't understand why Zhao Wenlong was eliminated so early when he was clearly stronger than Xia Yin. That's how the World Cup is. The outcome is determined in one match. Anything can happen. The one who's really stable is Jiang Xiaopi. Damn it, I'm really convinced. I've been completely conquered by God Pi. From the captain of India to the captain of the Rising Sun City. Before the start of the World Cup, everyone was most worried about Jiang Xiaopi. Now, it seems that the more I look at him, the more assured I am. Yeah, I don't know why, but I might be having an illusion. I think the toxic healer is even more stable than Ho Mingming. That's Juliet Mo Luo 1. She's a true god. The toxic healer's personality is really too bewildering. Who takes his bragging seriously every day? Wu Xiaojing and Ember are very lucky, but Fan Ren and Exan Ian are. At this point, the students fell silent at the same time. A few seconds later, a student said, "The news was released last night. Exan Ian is fine. With the Star Warriors medical team around, not only is she fine now, but she's also alive and kicking. I saw her being interviewed last night. She wasn't in a good mood, but it's understandable. My heart aches for Ian. She was beaten up so badly, yet she still has to accept an interview and apologize to her countrymen. Sigh. I really don't know what to say. When I saw her apologize yesterday, saying things like, I didn't hit her well, and I'm sorry to everyone, my heart ached. I heard that the black woman was originally an American, and she later became a citizen of the Maple Leaf Country. Well, many Star Warriors from the United States went to the Maple Leaf Country to develop in order to reduce the pressure of competition. What's the saying again? The Maple Leaf Country is the backyard of the United States. Looks like this Anwar Nathanson is doing quite well. He even became a captain in Maple Leaf Country. Sure, it was fine to kill him. That was how the Star Warriors competition was. There was nothing to be said if one's skills were not as good as others. However, he had already blown the whistle. What was the point of showing the spoils of war? F***CK, I'm so angry. She was found to have violated the rules, and the Maple Leaf Country was fined a lot of money. Due to the intense reaction from the Chinese side, it is said that the competition authorities are still discussing. It seems that they're going to impose a follow-up punishment. It is said that they might reduce the quota of the Maple Leaf Country for the next World Cup. Only her team and country were punished. She was not punished personally. Yes, why not? But it doesn't affect her participation. She has always had emotional management problems. When she's passionate, she doesn't care about anything else. When the team was fighting for the position of captain, she almost killed a Caucasian teammate. Passionate, my foot. Everything is passionate? Tell me what's going on. A student took out his cell phone and slammed it on the dining table. Everyone leaned over and realized that it was the photo posted by the captain of the Maple Leaf Country, Anwar Nathanson, on her personal social media account. The photo was of her holding Xian. The English translation of the post was, "A hearty victory. Let's move on." The student who slammed the cell phone on the table turned green. You call this a mistake made out of passion? She has already finished the competition. Isn't she stable enough? She even posted this photo. She didn't think that she had violated the rules at all. She didn't think that her actions were wrong at all. Why didn't I see this photo on her Twitter? She deleted it 5 minutes after posting it yesterday. This is a photo taken by the foreign media. Stop arguing. Let's draw lots. Draw lots. I really hope that Ho Mingming will draw her. Let's kill her quickly. I don't think so. Let's play it safe and advance to the next round. This B*TCH is a tank. She's despicable, but she's really strong. A student suddenly shouted, "It's here! It's here! Ho Mingming! Anwal! Anwal!" A man's voice suddenly came from the back of the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, the students had different expressions and reactions. On the television, Ho Mingming was still the same as before. She looked down on everyone as she waited for the opponent on her right to be confirmed. Ding! The person on the right was confirmed. A red and white striped flag appeared. On the upper left corner of the flag was a blue square with a picture of the moon and the sun. What country is this? Malaysia, the one in Southeast Asia. The Chinese population is very large, about 1/5 of the country's population. I was wondering why this opponent looks like a Chinese. It's not challenging at all. Don't talk nonsense. It's already the third round. If he can advance to the third round, how could he be weak? No matter what, Ho Mingming met such an opponent, and everyone was reassured. 40 seconds later, everyone's hearts were in their mouths again. On the screen, Wu Xiaojing's beautiful eyes were wide open. Frost filled her hand as she stood at the number 1 position, waiting for her opponent to appear. Ding! A red, white, and black flag appeared. There was a golden eagle printed in the middle of the flag. On the screen, a Caucasian young man appeared. He wore a pure red national team uniform and had black curly hair. The hair on both sides of his forehead was sparse, and it seemed to be a sign of baldness. Ancient Soviet Republic. King Guai Dam, how are we going to fight? If *CK don't. Xiaojing, if you leave, there really won't be any spellcasters left in the team. This is really dangerous. Amidst the sighs, the location of the match between the two sides was confirmed. No matter how dissatisfied the students were, the facts could not be changed. 2 minutes later, another sigh came from the cafeteria. At the number 1 position, a white, blue, and red flag fluttered high. An extremely muscular man crossed his arms in front of his chest. His eyes were like a beast's as he stared at the camera in front of him. Russian Federation. On the right side of the picture, a red star flag was hanging on the top right. Ember was playing with a mist-filled dagger in his hand with a wanton smile on his face. Why are they all big countries? This match is not going to be easy. This draw is poisonous. Xia Yin is here. What do you think? This time, Xia Yin stood at the number 1 position. He tore the black bandage in his mouth, and the red star flag on the top left flashed. Ding! The right side of the picture was finalized. Everyone in the cafeteria heaved a sigh of relief. If there was another brute, then he would really be targeted. Just what kind of people had he encountered in these 3 rounds? On the right side of the picture, a red, yellow, and green striped flag flashed. A black man clenched his fists and struck a boxing pose. Central African country, Congo Republic. This tower-like young man played boxing, but he could fight with Xia Yin. That's no problem. Let's wait for God Pi. That's right. They're no match for him in terms of fists and techniques. Everyone felt a little relieved as they waited for Jiang Xiao to appear. The anxious wait lasted for more than 10 minutes. All of a sudden, there was a commotion in the quiet cafeteria. It was because a rather familiar face appeared at the number 1 position. It was a black woman, the national captain of Maple Leaf Country, Anwal Nesanson. On the left side of the picture, there was a fiery red maple leaf hanging in the middle of the red and white striped flag. Below, Anwal had tan skin and was dressed in a red and white national team uniform. Her short, curly hair was sticking to her scalp, and she wore a sparkling diamond earring in her ear. Her lips were slightly curled as she smiled at the camera. Let's match her with that lunatic from America. Seriously? Just looking at this face pisses me off. Yes, let's get an American contestant. Let them fight amongst themselves. What the *CK? A series of gasps could be heard as the figure on the right side of the picture was suddenly fixed. The slightly flashing star red flag fluttered high and fixed in the upper right corner. Below the flag, the toxic healer rubbed his head with a shy smile on his face. Maple Leaf Country is fighting China consecutively? 3 rounds of competition. He defeated the national captain 5 times. Is he targeting China? Godpie alone has contributed 3 times. What the F asterisk CK? Is this rigged? This must be intentional. What should we do, Xiaopi? How are we going to fight this? Don't panic. What are you all panicking for? Logically speaking, who can be more stable than Xiaopi? The toxic healer has killed 2 gods in a row. Hasn't he changed your opinion of him yet? Yeah. Even if you guys treat the Indian captain like a piece of SH*T, the strength of the captain of the Rising Sun City is real. Why do you still think that Jiang Xiaopi is weak? That's true, but damn it, I get chills whenever I think of Xn Ein's tragic state. Can we ask Mingming and the toxic healer to change opponents? Kill her. Damn it, Lele, kill her. Let's just draw lots. Jiang Xiaopi has to do it. Godpie is skilled in techniques. Against such a shield warrior with pure strength, high explosive power, and high defense. Buzz, buzz, ding, dong, dong, dong. All of a sudden, the sound of mobile phones rang in the crowded cafeteria. Wow. Jiang Xiaopi posted on Weibo. It's true. Xia Yin held on her mobile phone with a sullen expression. It seemed that many people in the cafeteria were paying special attention to Jiang Xiaopi, just like her. Xia Yin tapped on the notification bar on her mobile phone and went straight to Jiang Xiaopi's Weibo. At the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened slightly and her breathing quickened as she read the words on Weibo. Jiang Xiaopi is mischievous? Just came from Fruit 7+. Now it's a personal feud. Chapter 568. It was a 4,000-word chapter with additional chapters for the Alliance Master, who loves you. There would be another chapter at 20 p.m. The Capital Star Warriors team is invincible. The Shield Warrior Wu Yao is almost godly. He defeated the enemy generals and controlled the output of the core. How can you not love Wu Yao? Han Jiangxue shone brilliantly, and Song Chuanxi was the center of attention. No one thought that the one who really shone in the World Cup was the Shield Warrior Wu Yao. He's showing off his prowess and showing off. Rise, rise. China and India have encountered each other twice in the Star Warriors World Cup, once in the team competition and once in the individual competition. They have won both matches. As soon as the competition ended, the media seemed to have already written the news and published it immediately. They probably prepared for both sides and wrote an article for both the winner and the loser. Jiang Xiao shifted his gaze from the screen of his mobile phone to the television screen again. Looking at the 4 cheering and celebrating team, Jiang Xiao felt much better. Unsurprisingly, Han Jianshua's video popped up just 15 minutes later. The MVP of the competition was awarded to Wu Yao, who had defeated 2 generals in a row. He went to participate in the post-match interview, which freed Han Jianxue up. On the screen, Han Jianxue looked slightly worried. I heard about the results of your draw and saw your Weibo. Jiang Xiao said, yeah, congratulations. Han Jianxue didn't respond at all and continued to ask, is it a personal grudge? Jiang Xiao remained silent for a while and said, I don't want to go to a higher level, so it's a personal grudge. Jiang Zhao's Weibo post. If he lost the competition, he would probably be scolded for the rest of his life. However, Han Jianxue was not worried about the disturbance in the outside world. She was just worried about Jiang Zhao's personal safety. You must study the opponent thoroughly. Turn off your mobile phone later and discuss tactics with Teacher Fong. Xiaopi. Jiang Xiao, you can say whatever you want, but don't be impulsive during the competition. Don't be hot-headed. Hearing Han Jianshue's caring words, Jiang Xiao felt a warmth in his heart and said, don't worry, I'm very calm. But will keep me calm too. I'll go to the competition venue to see you tomorrow, Han Jianxue said softly while looking at Jiang Xiao on the screen. However, Jiang Xiao said, no, you have to follow the team and strictly follow the rules and discipline of the team. It's just a competition. We'll eventually meet in Jianghu City. Han Jianxue remained silent for a while before nodding gently. Okay. Jiang Xiao hung up the video call and switched off his phone. At the side, Fang Xingyan walked over and said, I've already contacted the team management and asked them to appeal to the competition authorities. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and asked, what? Fang Xingyun looked dissatisfied. Complain about your opponent. Jiang Xiao frowned and said, Teacher, I want to hit her. I really want to. No, you don't understand what I mean. Fang Xingyun shook his head and said, not only this round, but also the previous 2 rounds. Every time, your opponents were at the level of the national team leader. Almost all of them were the strongest players in the national team. How high are the odds? Jiang Xiao thought for a while and said, there are 113 captains in 113 countries and regions. Actually, the probability is not low. In particular, as the number of rounds increases, the number of people will be reduced by half. The strong ones will most likely stay and advance to the next round, so the chances of encountering them will be greater. Fang Xingyun said the captains are from different countries too. How can the captain of the Rising Sun City be the same as Captain Gongbu? Look at the people you've met. They're all captains from different countries. In fact, Jiang Xiao felt that Hou Mingming would be the one to beat up the captain. At least for the first 2 rounds, there was no need to target Jiang Xiao, who was not favored. In the eyes of the world, any random student would be able to eliminate Jiang Xiao effortlessly. Of course, it would be interesting if the opponents he encountered from the 3rd round onward were all captains from different countries. There were no deaths in the 2nd round of the individual competition, so there was an empty slot in the 3rd round, which was given to the BRICS countries in Southern Africa. The people did not react strongly to it, but they were envious and jealous of the BRICS countries' luck. Jiang Xiao didn't say anything else and instead looked at Fang Xingyun. Teacher, let's discuss tactics. Fang Xingyun nodded and took out a rolled-up piece of information from his bag. He then stepped forward and sat beside Jiang Xiao. Anwal's personal combat system is very restrained by techniques. Due to personal experience, her star techniques are all from the United States, even though she's the captain of the Maple Leaf team. Jiang Xiao grabbed the information and carefully observed the other party's star techniques. As expected, she had a full set of star techniques that enhanced attributes and a series of wild and reckless star techniques related to shield battles. Everyone believed that Jiang Xiao was a great healer of melee combat under the guise of an assistant. Jiang Xiao's star technique, teleportation, was rare, but different people had different combat styles. Everyone was shocked to discover that when the auxiliary used teleportation, most of the time, she would cut into the battlefield and attack the opponent's face. She would not leave the battlefield and flee in a panic. In Jiang Zhao's previous 2 matches, he performed meritorious deeds against the Indian war god with his melee sword and against the rising sun god with his integrated combat. Hence, Jiang Xiao was already labeled as a melee fighter. However, in reality, Jiang Xiao could use extremely disgusting tactics if he wanted to. June 5th, sunny. Kimchi Nation, Puguang City, Puguang University Stadium. Jiang Xiao and Fang Xingyun sat at the side of the arena. He was arranged to participate in the 2nd round of the competition, which was also his first time participating in a competition in the Kimchi Nation. Accompanied by the exclamations of the audience, the 2 contestants in the arena were also locked in combat. The competition was exciting enough. At least in the hearts of the audience, it was much more important than the 2nd round. Why? Because it was the home ground of the Kimchi Nation, and the 1st round of the competition included the local contestants. Whoa, Kimchi! Kimchi! Victory! Ha! We won! Kimchi Republic! Kimchi Republic! The audience shouted in their native language. On the arena, the contestant from the Kimchi Nation, who was one of the hosts, obtained victory after much difficulty, causing thunderous applause from the audience. It was already the 3rd round of the competition. The contestants who could remain were all famous and overlords. Hence, one could imagine how exciting the competition would be. However, apart from the local audience, the 2nd round was the truly fascinating one in the eyes of the audience from all over the world. China's Toxic Healer versus Maple Leaf Shield God. As the local contestant from the Kimchi Nation was interviewed by the side of the arena, Jiang Xiao stood up and walked on the track while lifting his knees and legs to try his best to relax his body. On the other side of the waiting area, the huge Anwal also stood up. The diamond earrings on her ears shone brightly under the sunlight. As she stretched, her eyes were fixed on Jiang Xiao, who was in the distance. Her tongue gently licked her thick lips, exactly the same as when she licked her blood in the previous competition. It seemed that in her heart, she had already tasted Jiang Zhao's blood and the taste of victory. On the other side, Jiang Zhao turned around and walked back. He continued to exercise his wrist joints and also felt the other person's gaze. He looked up and their eyes met. Unavoidably, Jiang Zhao thought about the interview that she did yesterday. Under the pressure of the competition authorities, she finally apologized publicly one day after the competition. I apologize for my reckless behavior. It was a follow-up action that was not needed. I'm sorry. The strength of the Chinese contestants is very strong. I have won a hard-fought victory, and I am too excited to celebrate this hard-won victory. Those who are familiar with me know that sometimes I lose my composure in battle. Here, I would like to apologize to my teammate. I hurt him even more during the internal battle. Although he magnanimously forgave me, I should apologize to him once again. Consecutive battles against China? Oh, this sounds exciting. I think this will be another tough battle, won't it? Personal grievances? Haha, this sounds interesting. That kid has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, but I want to say that maybe the players from India and the Rising Sun City aren't as strong as we thought. I like people who have big mouths and fierce words. I also like opponents who are flamboyant. I'm a flamboyant person. This is my personality. Let's wait and see. Well, of course. After we win this match, I won't do anything to hurt their hearts anymore. A series of sarcastic interview scenes appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. Jiang Zhao had already put aside the intense feedback and comments from the outside world. Fate was a wonderful thing. She fought against China consecutively, and her opponent was still him. The old-school revenge drama was always lasting. Although it was old-fashioned, it always aroused people's interest, not only for the audience, but also for Jiang Zhao himself. Compared to the previous battles, Jiang Zhao was much more interested in this one. Beep beep. Contestants, enter the arena. The referee's whistle sounded and shouted. Jiang Zhao carried the giant sword and stepped forward, but Fang Xingyan grabbed his arm. Jiang Zhao asked, Fang Xingyan pressed the back of Jiang Zhao's head to his shoulder and said gently, "Don't force yourself. You're still a child, and you have a long future ahead of you. The World Cup is just a special journey in your life. It's just a small part of it." "Teacher," Jiang Zhao said softly. Fang Xingyan asked, "What?" Jiang Zhao said, "You have to regain the glory that you had when you won the World Cup. You can treat me as your child. I can't control it. But before that, I'm a member of the Chinese national team. I'm a star warrior who lives to fight." Fang Xingyan's body trembled slightly, and he loosened his grip. Jiang Zhao raised his head and walked towards the arena step by step with the sword in his hand. He looked straight at Fang Xingyan and said, "You've been criticized a lot and wrote me a recommendation letter. You didn't write me a recommendation letter to make me admit defeat, right?" Fang Xingyan bit his lip, and his expression changed. When Jiang Zhao retreated to the rubber track and turned to stride towards the green field, Fang Xingyan suddenly shook his head and laughed. The contestants from both teams entered the arena. As the number 2, Jiang Zhao was assigned to the western half of the field. In the eastern half of the field, Anwar rotated his wrist and pinched his arm muscles that were full of explosive power. He smiled at Jiang Zhao and shouted, "There are 5 minutes left. Don't you plan to say anything?" Jiang Zhao shook his head and said, "Go ahead. I'm listening." Anwar, on the other hand, stretched his huge body. The lines of his muscles could not be concealed even by the national team uniform. He said lazily, "It feels like I'm bullying a child." Jiang Zhao stared at him silently and did not respond. Anwar said, "I've always thought that you're a blabbermouth who is very arrogant in the post-match interviews. Why? Are you listless today?" Anwar asked for a snub and said a few more words to attack Jiang Zhao. However, he was wise enough not to discuss the previous match with Xian. And Anwar looked up at the big screen and said, 30 seconds. This is your last chance to speak." Swoosh, a Big Dipper star map suddenly appeared on Jiang Zhao's body. Gold and silver flashed, and platinum shone. For the first time, the world saw this extremely special Big Dipper star map. As for the meaning behind this, people seem to be able to roughly guess it. A bright star map represented a small increase in the speed of casting star techniques and a small increase in the effects of the star techniques. Beep beep, beep beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Begin. Whoosh! The sky above Puguang City, which was originally clear and sunny, was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Anwal abruptly dashed to the left, and as he dodged, he threw out a punch. The shadow of the punch was like an air cannon. The almost transparent star power crossed half the field and blasted towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao's body also tilted, and the air cannon passed through the green field and directly hit the iron cage at the end of the field. A series of explosions sounded, and a large hole was blasted in the iron cage. Kaboom! Unlike the sound of the air cannon, this explosion came from the sky. The sky quickly darkened, as if the end of the world had arrived. At the next moment, as lightning streaked across the night sky, a fine drizzle fell rapidly. There was a buzz of discussion in the Warrior Star cafeteria. What's going on? Why isn't the toxic healer silent? Yeah? Control. His advantage is control. Why isn't he silent? Even if he doesn't stay silent, he still has to use his signature blessing. Why is it raining? Is this a war of attrition? You guys have to know that the effect of Tears of Sorrow is not only to burn the enemy's life, but also to reduce the enemy's emotions. Xia Yin, who really had a star technique like Rain of Tears and had tried Tears of Sorrow before, suddenly said, "The vitality of a galaxy stage star warrior is terrifyingly exuberant. Without a spiritual type auxiliary star technique to soothe them, their spirits will definitely collapse before their vitality is exhausted." Xia Yin couldn't help but shiver as she thought of the forest of tears in Egret City and the rain of tears of sorrow that drenched her. Jiang Xiao wasn't joking. That was really a way to settle personal grudges. He didn't use silence, blessing, control, or melee. From the looks of it, this match, he never intended to end it quickly. Chapter 569. Continue with the 4,500-word chapter. Please vote for me. After the chase, Jiang Xiao flashed away, and Anwal also felt that something was wrong. She held the ice-blue transparent square shield high in one hand and used it to cover her head. She stepped on the wet turf and looked angry. She looked at Jiang Xiao from afar and shouted, "No blessing, no silence." Jiang Xiao kept his mouth shut and looked at Anwal in the distance. Blessing? That would make people feel happy. Silence would be used when it was time to be used. Don't be disappointed, the game is long. Seeing that Jiang Xiao didn't respond, Anwal's attitude became worse and angrier. According to Jiang Xiao's previous style, she thought it would be a crazy close combat, but she didn't expect Jiang Xiao's style to go to the other extreme. This was different from his Weibo statement before the game. She shouted angrily, "Just a coward, only running away?" Huh. Jiang Xiao still kept his mouth shut, but under his feet, he had already stepped on the halo of nostalgia. Circles of dark golden halos constantly gathered at his feet from the outside. Then, the dark golden halos changed shape. The circles no longer shrank, and a time scale appeared inside the circle. As the time scale continued to flow, the dark golden color also became bright gold. Anwal looked at Jiang Xiao, who refused to speak no matter what, and couldn't help but roar. She ran towards Jiang Xiao with her long legs. She held the huge, square, transparent shield high in her left hand and waved her right hand repeatedly, bombarding Jiang Xiao with air cannons. After several consecutive air cannons, a huge cannon star map suddenly bloomed in front of her chest. The next moment, as the star slot in the star map flickered, a very wide range and extremely powerful air cannon blasted over, but Jiang Xiao's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the edge of the bottom corner where Jiang Xiao had been standing, the iron cage completely exploded, and the rolling airwaves were frightening. Due to the huge impact, the fragments of the iron cage even flew towards the audience seats. Due to a mistake made by the competition authorities in the last match between the captain of the Rising Sun City and Jiang Xiao, This time, they no longer put the defensive cover on the edge of the field. Instead, they added more manpower and chose to set up a high protective wall in the front row of the audience. The broken pieces of the cage crashed into the protective shield with a crackling sound. The impact was extremely strong, causing the audience to be extremely frightened. On the arena, Anwal, whose feet were stepping on the wet turf, was in a bad mood. However, her reaction was that of Xia Yan's intense revenge. Her depressed mood did not seem to be sad or sad. She was in a bad mood, and it got worse and worse until it reached the other extreme. Anger. "You little bastard. Come and kill me. Come and kill me." Anwal actually knelt on the ground and punched the ground. However, this punch seemed to be a star power fist with a special effect. There was no crater on the green grassland. As for Jiang Zhao's position, instant explosion. Ring, 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 the crisp and melodious sound of bell rang. Although it was only one sound and could not be bounced, it was enough to attract everyone's attention. Just like that, Jiang Zhao suddenly appeared behind Anwal and slashed down fiercely with his sword. Theoretically, Blink plus Sword Strike should be a direct attack. And before Jiang Zhao attacked, he used Bell. Such an eye-catching sound of Bell certainly allowed the angry Anwal to react in time. Such a scene could not help but make Xia Yan's imagination run wild. In front of the television, Xia Yan clenched her fists. Her guess was right. He did not want this match to end quickly. Anwal, who was in a bad mood and extremely angry, would not be able to fight as calmly as he did at the beginning. This sound of bell was more like a reminder for the opponent to defend. Anwal suddenly turned around and raised her shield. The giant sword slashed on the huge, transparent square shield and directly pushed Anwal 8 meters away. Compared to the green glow of the diamond grade, the green glow of the gold grade was indeed child's play. And because Anwal used her shield to defend against Jiang Zhao's attack, the heavy rain instantly drenched her body. At this moment, Anwal's huge body trembled. Attack! Attack! Anwal, you have a perfect combat system. Your long-range attack can defeat anyone. Don't be distracted by any emotions. The coach of the Maple Leaf team shouted at the edge of the field. The coach stood outside the plastic track carefully. Even though the rain only drenched the green field, he did not want to be splashed at all. Ha! Ha! Anwal panted heavily. Her eyes were slightly red and had a murderous glint in them. Her eyeballs bulged, and the veins on her face protruded. She gritted her teeth and stabbed the shield in front of her. Bang! 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 For shields were erected in front of her. Another shield acted as a roof and blocked the heavy rain outside. Ah! Anwal knelt on the ground and hammered the ground frantically. A series of deafening explosions sounded. It was as if there was an earthquake in the field. Waves of explosion blasted out from the ground, and in an extremely short period of time, the surrounding iron cages were completely destroyed. Uff! Anwal spat out a mouthful of blood, and the star power in her body instantly went berserk. Silence still came in the end. Due to the fact that Anwal was in the process of quickly casting her star technique, the damage caused by silence was off the charts. Little bastard, didn't you not need silence? She wanted to say that, but in the silence domain, those words became, you cough, cough, cough. The shield beside her lost the support of star power and disappeared one after another. Anwal crawled forward while staggering and trying to crawl out of the silence domain. However, a flash of light suddenly appeared in front of her. She did not know if this extreme anger had helped her or hurt her. Rage made her react extremely quickly. She wanted to tear the entire world apart, but rage also made her lose her rationality. She chose to defend herself in a rather irrational way. Attack. Buzz, sparks fell, and the area where the giant blade slashed at her arm was covered in a metallic luster. In the silence domain, Jiang Zhao's green glow could not be used, but Anwal's passive defensive star technique was still holding on. She punched Jiang Zhao's knee with her iron-like fists. What kind of reaction speed is this? What kind of power is this? Jiang Zhao spun and flew out like a cannonball. Anwal's steel-like fist and Jiang Zhao's knee actually made the sound of two pieces of metal colliding. Because Jiang Zhao had entered the silence domain, the downpour slowed down a little. However, due to inertia, it did not stop. Jiang Zhao was sent flying out of the silence domain, and the downpour came again. The raindrops landed on Anwal's body and on her head, causing her curly hair to emit a metallic luster. Every drop of rain would emit a metallic luster on her head. This passive defensive star technique was already considered one of the best defensive star techniques in the United States. Judging from the external reaction alone, it was the real body of steel. However, although the body of steel could slow down the burning of tears, it could not stop the additional depression. Without the shield, her entire body was exposed in the heavy rain. Anwal finally reached the critical point, and her face was extremely distorted. She grabbed her head tightly with both hands, and her long fingers seemed to be squeezing her head into pieces. His roar, which was close to exploding with rage, resounded throughout the entire arena. Kacha! Another bright bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky, accompanied by the ringing of the bell. Jiang Zhao wiped his wet face and slowly got up. This scene made everyone heave a sigh of relief, but it also made them exclaim in surprise. Jiang Zhao's defense was far higher than they had imagined. Even though his weak knee had taken a blow from Anwal's wrath, he still looked as if nothing had happened. Or did Bell play a huge role in it? However, to Jiang Zhao, Bell's function was not to heal his body, but to calm his mind. Jiang Zhao was different from Xia Yin. To be exact, Xia Yin and Anwal were different from most people. Jiang Zhao, as well as Han Jiangxue, Song Chuanxi, Xing Yin, and the others who had tried the heavy rain, represented the reactions of most people in the world. They were depressed, and their mood plummeted, but it would not lead to anger and revenge. Instead, they would gradually lose their desire to fight. That was definitely not allowed to happen to Jiang Zhao. Hence, Bell had to be used. Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and Anwal's acute sense of battle made her react immediately. No one knew what was going on in her mind or what had made her so angry. However, the only thing that was certain was that she was now only focused on attacking and not on defending. Even though she was baptized by the heavy rain and was constantly burning her vitality, even though she was panting, she would still give it her all in every attack, as if she had the personality of fighting to the death. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Zhao dodged it. Faced with Anwal's all-out attack, Jiang Zhao tilted his body, and the huge fist brushed past the tip of Jiang Zhao's nose. Anwal staggered and stepped deeply into the turf. She turned around rapidly and swept her leg over. Her right leg, along with her pants, turned into a metallic color and emitted a dazzling ray of light. Jiang Zhao, on the other hand, abruptly raised his saber vertically in front of him. A dense green glow circulated on the giant saber. Far away in neon, Song Chuanxi, who was watching the television, couldn't help but place her hand on her thigh. This scene, boom. The metallic thigh that was emitting a dazzling ray of light collided with the giant blade of green glow once again. Kacha! The giant blade that was covered in green glow actually shattered. Under the huge force, Jiang Zhao's body was sent flying. On the other hand, Anwal's metallic leg that was emitting a dazzling white light was also covered in cracks. Under the powerful attack of green glow and the powerful repelling effect, Anwal's huge body spun and flew out. Cracks crawled all over the broken metal leg. As her body spun rapidly, it completely shattered and scattered all over the sky. She smashed the iron cage head-on and continued charging forward without slowing down. She flipped over the billboard outside the plastic track and then slammed into the protective shield in front of the audience. That scene made everyone dumbfounded. Is this a collision between two star techniques that have the same functionality? Both of their star techniques have powerful repelling and striking effects. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao spun and flew backward in a flash before landing steadily in the middle of the field. He held the handle of the giant sword in his hand. The blade was originally about 1.5 meters long, but now It was only left with a short section above the handle. Ah, ah, ah. Anwal crawled up frantically. She was seriously injured, and her vitality was rapidly draining away. She seemed to have little stamina left, but she was furious. She pushed herself against the ground with both hands and crawled towards the green field with one leg. Admit defeat. We admit defeat. The Maple Leaf coach raised his right hand and yelled, seemingly trying to stop Anwal from entering the field. However, Anwal, whose eyes had turned from red to white, exerted force with one leg and plunged into the green field again. She then punched Jiang Zhao's chin with a pair of pitch-black fists. It was a fatal blow. It seemed to have exhausted the last of her energy and her last chance. The referee hesitated and looked at the judges on the stage. Without a doubt, both parties could fight, and the coach of the Maple Leaf team chose to admit defeat. However, the contestant used her actions to show that she rejected the coach's action of admitting defeat. Jiang Zhao looked at the ferocious beast that was almost parallel to the ground and was charging towards him like a maniacal beast. She still wants to fight? Did she really think of herself as an invincible god? Just before the pair of giant fists hit Jiang Zhao's chin, Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and his figure suddenly appeared beside Anwal. From above, he slammed his fist into her waist. Bang! Anwal's huge body landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit in the wet turf. Her body collided with the ground, and her head seemed to be even more dizzy. Jiang Zhao, who was in the air, flashed away. He was so close to her, but he was still flashing away. He was racing against time. Bang! Jiang Zhao rode on the muddle-headed Anwal, grabbed her shoulders, flipped her body over, and punched her chin with his right fist. There was no green glow, only diamond endurance and her steel-like skin. Under the rain of tears and the strong attack, Anwal almost lost consciousness. However, her body reacted naturally and actually raised her hand to block. Anwal, on the other hand, had already lost a lot of energy under the burning tears of sorrow. Jiang Zhao's body was still spinning with the halo of nostalgia, and the energy in his body was about to explode. Jiang Zhao held Anwal's right wrist with his left hand and forcefully pushed her right arm away inch by inch. His right fist landed heavily again. Bang! Another punch landed on Anwal's chin. After this punch, Anwal's right elbow, which was trying to defend, loosened. Bang! Another punch landed on the steel-like chin, and the strength of her right elbow finally loosened. It was a real head-on collision. The real scene reappeared. Jiang Zhao pressed her head with his left hand and changed his right fist to his right elbow. He hit her chin heavily. The shocking sound of the metal bars colliding with each other seemed to be accompanied by the sound of steel shattering. Again and again, it was like a heavy hammer hitting people's hearts. The Maple Leaf coach stomped his feet and shouted, "We admit defeat. We admit defeat." Bang! It was another swift and powerful elbow strike. Beep, 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 beep. The referee's hurried whistle sounded. Beep, 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 beep. In a huge pit, the soul-stirring muffled sounds finally disappeared. A team of medical awakened star warriors rushed in and ran to the front of the deep pit, only to be left speechless. They had all heard the loud sounds, but they didn't expect to see such a scene in the deep pit. Anwal's huge body was in a strange posture. She had already lost consciousness, and the root of her broken thigh was no longer made of steel. Fresh blood was flowing out. Her eyes were white, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Her jaw was sunken and broken, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. She was lying at the bottom of the pit. The whistle sounded, and the rain stopped. Jiang Zhao, who was riding on her, appeared on the green field in an instant, not giving any chance for a foul. Jiang Zhao heard the referee announcing the victory. He rubbed his right elbow and took a deep breath before saying something that Second Last had once said, "It's not a big deal. Now, we're even." Chapter 570. After the competition, Jiang Shao did not accept any interviews. It was also the first time that he had refused to be interviewed by Yang Yang. Under Nebula's lead, Jiang Shao left the arena with the one skill point that he had won and returned to the hotel he was staying at. Jiang Shao quickly returned to the bathroom and washed himself up. He also used a blessing to ease his emotions. Unfortunately, Nebula did not leave immediately. Hence, she naturally heard the strange sounds coming from the bathroom. When Jiang Shao came out wearing a singlet and a pair of baggy pants, holding a towel in his hand and drying his hair, he was really shocked. He thought that Nebula had left, but he didn't expect her to be sitting on the sofa watching the competition. The scene was rather awkward. Nebula did not say anything and simply looked at Jiang Shao quietly as if she was examining a patient. Jiang Shao was a little flustered, and he looked around for his mobile phone before plopping down on the sofa and muttering softly. It was a blessing just now. Yes, a blessing. As soon as he turned on his mobile phone, a WeChat voice call popped up. It was neither Jiang Shui nor Xia Yin, but Xian. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and accepted the call. Xian asked, "Mischievous?" Jiang Shao said, yes. Xian's voice was ethereal. "I just watched the competition." Jiang Shao said, "Okay." Xian's voice became very soft as she said, "Thank you." Jiang Shao frantically said, "Don't be like that. I just defeated my opponent and won." Xian fell silent. More than 10 seconds passed, and Jiang Shao almost thought that the communication had been cut off. Xian seemed to have mustered her courage and suddenly said, "First of all, it's not that I don't know what's good for me, but I want to say something to you." Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, while Nebula was slightly curious too, wondering what she wanted to say. Xian hesitated for a moment and seemed to be preparing her words. She said, "You're a cheerful, lively, and interesting star warrior." Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss and wondered, "What's going on?" Xian thought for a moment, then continued, "Your fighting style is very special, very naughty. As for you, your attitude towards life is also somewhat, frivolous." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Xian's thoughts finally smoothed out. He continued, "In this match, I saw another side of you. Everyone saw another side of you." All of a sudden, Jiang Shao seemed to have understood what Xian wanted. Xian continued, "Don't change yourself because of me, because of a win or loss, or because of the actions or words of the foreign players. What I mean is, don't let these things affect your personality, your attitude, and your way of doing things." Jiang Shao chuckled to himself and thought, "That's because you haven't seen what I'm like in the Guardians of the Night. I'm mischievous and frivolous on the surface, but I can't be frivolous when it's time to be nervous and serious." Xian continued, "You are different from others, different from everyone else." Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at Nebula awkwardly. On the other hand, Nebula had a gratified look on his face. He seemed to be very satisfied with Xian's persuasion. Xian continued, "Battles, victory and defeat, life and death. The profession of Star Warrior may seem glorious on the surface, but it's actually an extremely dark profession. Be it fighting with opponents or killing creatures of other dimensions, the life of this profession is really cold, cruel, and even cruel. Mischievous, you're different from everyone else. At least in your career, you've always been very relaxed. You haven't been worn down by the battles, nor have you lost the joy and laughter because of life and death." Xian paused for a while before continuing, "Again, I'm not being ungrateful. I'm really grateful to you. I just hope that—" Xian remained silent for a few seconds and said in a stern voice, "I hope that you can maintain your optimistic and cheerful personality and keep the joy and laughter. You're a unique Star Warrior. You haven't realized it yet, but maybe your greatest star technique is the ability to infect others around you." Xian went silent after finishing her long speech. She seemed to be a little shy, and Jiang Shao could even imagine her blushing coquettishly. Just as Jiang Shao was about to respond, Xian hurriedly hung up the communication. Jiang Shao scratched his head and stared at his mobile phone in a daze before looking at Nebula in a daze. Nebula smiled in relief, stood up, and walked towards Jiang Shao. She gently rubbed Jiang Zhao's buzz-cut hair and said, "Unlike others, I know that you're a light chaser. I've seen your serious and ferocious side when you deal with your enemies on the battlefield. However, Xian is right. The world of Star Warriors is already very cruel. Maybe your greatest star technique is the ability to infect others with joy and laughter." Jiang Shao said, Until now, Jiang Shao didn't seem to have said a complete sentence. Nebula squatted down and smiled at the dumbfounded Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the sofa. "We've already entered the top 100. The top 100 of the World Cup are all ranked. The last two matches will be a ranking competition for the 80-odd contestants. In other words, we'll have a few days of rest. How do you want to arrange it? Here or go to Neon?" Jiang Shao suddenly snapped out of his trance and thought, "Going out to play?" He frantically asked, "How many days of rest?" Nebula calculated and said, "Excluding today, you'll have 5 days of rest." Jiang Shao nodded and began to think. The competition was so intensive and high intensity that it really tested the temperament of the contestants. The next few days would indeed be a good time to adjust and rest. Nebula waited for a long time, but didn't get a response. Hence, he suggested, "Let's have lunch in the room first. We'll talk about it after you've thought of a plan. What do you want to eat for lunch? Is it still Sichuan cuisine?" Jiang Shao made up his mind very quickly. Hunan cuisine is fine too, as long as it's spicy and has meat. Nebula patted Jiang Zhao's head gently and reminded, "Don't go out and don't accept any interviews." Jiang Shao went back to his old ways again. Nebula stood up and strode away. Jiang Zhao's match was the second in the morning, and it would start at 10 a.m. It was already noon when he returned to the hotel, and it was time for lunch. Judging from this detail, Jiang Shao could tell that no matter how emotional Nebula was, he was still a Star Warrior deep down. After all, Jiang Shao had just experienced an extremely tragic battle on the battlefield. If it were an ordinary person, they would not even be able to eat. Would ordinary people still have the mood to eat? This world was the Star Warrior world, after all, which was qualitatively different from ordinary worlds. Even if he didn't fight with others, he would still be able to enter the dimensional space a few times after his awakening and slowly integrate into this seemingly bright but actually dark world. Perhaps that was the reason why the people around Jiang Shao cherished his mischievous personality. Nebula walked to the door, and as soon as he opened it, he turned around and said, "You've already won. Don't write nonsense on Weibo." Nebula's meaning was clear. "I've already resisted the pressure and declined many post-competition interviews for you. Don't you interview yourself." Ding, ding, ding. Jiang Zhao's cell phone rang again, and he looked down to see that it was Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao turned to look at Nebula, who was still standing at the door. He made a gesture of holding a spoon and shoveling the rice in his mouth. Nebula couldn't help but glare at Jiang Shao before turning around to leave. Hearing the sound of Nebula closing the door, Jiang Shao hurriedly picked up the video call. Now that he thought about it, Xian was rather adorable. She didn't even use a video call, but a voice call instead. As soon as Jiang Shao picked up the call, he got a great shock. He thought that it would be Jiang Shue's beautiful face, but he didn't expect it to be an ugly, handsome face. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, "Isn't this the minister of the auxiliary department?" Hisu smiled and carefully observed Jiang Zhao's expression before saying, "Kid, you did well." Ahem, ahem. All of a sudden, a puff of smoke drifted over from the left, causing Hisu to cough. Jiang Shao blinked and saw that his cell phone was shaking. When he adjusted it again, Wu Yao appeared on the screen with a cigarette in her mouth and squinted. "Why didn't you show your true abilities in the past?" "If I'd known, I would have brought you along. I shouldn't have brought Hisu to the World Cup." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I was afraid that there wouldn't be a place for you." "Oh." Wu Yao smiled and said, "You're just a few noobs. Why are you so drunk?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao realized that ever since he met Wu Yao for the first time, he didn't seem to gain any advantage from her. She had always been glib. Hey, okay. At the side, Song Chunshi snatched the cell phone and smiled at Jiang Xiao with admiration. Continue to work hard, Pai. I'll pass the phone to your sister. Finally, Jiang Xiao saw Han Jiangshue's smiling expression. It was too rare to see a heartfelt smile on Han Jiangshue's cold face. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiao hung up and scrolled through his cell phone to see that the media was already in an uproar. 3 battles, 3 captains, 3 consecutive victories. The captain of India, the captain of the Rising Sun City, the captain of Maple Leaf City. Every match is at the level of the World Cup finals. The value of every match is off the charts. Want to watch the real Star Warriors World Cup? Just watch Pai Shun compete. There's actually such a legendary assistant in China. Are you still against him participating in the competition now? The exact same scene, the exact same actions. The perfect replication, the perfect harvest. Now, it's indeed a personal feud. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and thought, keep bragging, keep bragging. The seagulls were blinded. When I first participated in the competition, you guys almost made me look like a sieve. The toxic mill powder on Weibo is better. It's the same as always. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they'll always criticize me. You has been writing books for 10 years and has been silent for 10 years. He hasn't earned much money, nor is he famous. He only managed to persist because of his passion and the support of a small number of readers. Now that the 9-star toxic milk has achieved some results, it's an affirmation of our book. You will definitely not resort to unorthodox means for the sake of results. Hence, I implore all readers who read pirated copies to subscribe to the original version on Qidian. Those who are capable, please make up for the number of subscriptions. The average number of subscriptions is the most important. The 9-star toxic milk really needs subscriptions to the original version. I hope that everyone can help this book. Our poisonous healer can really stand at a higher position. Chapter 571. That night in Japan, Jiangha City, Jiang Xiao was sitting in a taxi from the airport to the hotel, wearing his earphones and watching the news on Teacher Fong's mobile phone. As of 1700 hours p.m. Beijing time, the 3rd round of the individual competition of the World Cup has ended. There are a total of 162 contestants in the 3rd round of the individual competition of the Star Warriors World Cup. One of them has been eliminated, and the BRICS contestant from Africa has won. There are a total of 5 contestants from our country who have entered the 3rd round. In this round, they have won all 5 matches. Please watch the detailed report below. Ho Mingming from Beijing Star Warriors University easily defeated the Chinese contestant from Malaysia and advanced to the top 82 in the world. As the captain of the national team, Ho Mingming's performance was as strong as ever. In the past 3 rounds of competition, she did not face many obstacles and led the Star Warriors World Cup in terms of speed with an average of 3 minutes and 31 seconds. Jiang Xiao smirked and thought, speed leaderboard? That leaderboard is really made by the gods. If it were the regular contestants, they would be lucky to survive, let alone win. How would they have the mood to compete? Due to the fact that it was a detailed report, Ho Mingming's battle footage would be shown when the host introduced the competition. After the introduction, Ho Mingming's interview was also broadcasted. In the camera, even though Ho Mingming had just finished the competition, her national team uniform was still neat and tidy. She was wearing a white cap and had a proud smile on her face. The reporter said, "Congratulations on winning the competition in only 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Ho Mingming smiled and answered, "If you don't perform well, I'm afraid you'll have to give up the title of the national team captain to someone." The reporter asked, "Does Ho Mingming know about the situation of the Sky Guard City competition too?" "Of course." Ho Mingming looked at the camera and said, "You played well in this competition. Seems like you're a man of your word. You promised me during the national team selection that our battle would be in a World Cup. So," the reporter moved the microphone forward again. Ho Mingming looked at the camera as if she was looking at Jiang Xiao. Her eyes were glowing and she was full of fighting spirit, causing the audience to panic. "Jiang Xiaopi, see you in the finals." Jiang Xiao had a peculiar expression on his face and thought, "This is your victory." Moreover, it was a quick victory in the third round. With such a terrifying result, why were you talking about me the entire time during the interview? The news scene changed. Ember from Shanghai Star Warrior has displayed a superb standard and defeated the Russian Federation's War Bear. This battle was abnormally intense, and it took a total of 19 minutes and 55 seconds. Just as the competition entered its countdown and the judges were about to decide the winner, Student U Fan made a decisive victory in the countdown, once again winning a spot for China to advance. In the image, Ember, who was supposed to be shrouded in mist, was actually burning with a blazing flame. On the star map where the two daggers intersected, the star slot where the two daggers overlapped lit up with a dazzling light, and Ember's speed suddenly increased by a large margin. His attacks had never been able to break through the defense of the Russian warbear, but this time, the mist dagger had turned into a flame dagger, directly slashing the bear's Adam's apple. The screen flashed and switched to Ember's post-match interview. Ember's panted heavily, clearly having been pulled down from the arena. "Going all out is what I should do. I want to win. Wait a while, let me catch my breath first. By the way, congratulations to all the Chinese contestants who have won, especially Jiang Xiaopi." The image changed again. Wu Xiaojing from the Navy of East China took 15 minutes and 32 seconds to beat the contestant from Guai by a narrow margin. She advanced to the top 82. In the post-match interview, Wu Xiaojing was fine and her clothes were spotless, perhaps because she had been completely healed. However, unlike Hou Mingming, she had changed her clothes after the match. Wu Xiaojing's pretty face was filled with joy. "Aya, you saw it too. That Sand King is so powerful. I was lucky to be able to win." At this point, Wu Xiaojing's beautiful eyes darted around slightly, and she leaned towards a microphone. Mimicking Jiang Xiaopi's tone, she said, "Extremely lucky." The female reporter was speechless. Wu Xiaojing smiled and gave a thumbs up to the camera. Jiang Xiao didn't know if she was cheering herself on or giving Jiang Xiao that gesture. Jiang Xiao, who was holding onto his mobile phone, froze for a moment. "This girl, it seems that my competition today is more eye-catching than I thought. A warrior prefers death to humiliation." The captain of the Maple Leaf team has probably angered the public. Xie Yan from the Star Warriors of the Central Plains finished the competition in 8 minutes. The boxing master lives up to his reputation. He defeated Gambu and won easily. It was the post-match interview. The reporter said, "Give your comments on today's competition." Xie Yan lowered his head and undid his black boxing belt. "It's all right." The reporter asked, "Your opponent is a warrior of the same type. Is that beneficial to your performance?" Xie Yan still had his head lowered and was expressionless. Finally, he undid his boxing belt. "Yes." The reporter was a little helpless and had no choice but to ask from another angle. "There will be a few days of rest next. How do you plan to prepare for the next round?" Xie Yan had already undone his boxing belt. The reporter thought that he was going to answer the question properly, but to his surprise, Xie Yan began to put on his boxing belt again. He lowered his head and said, "Work hard." The reporter was speechless. The awkward interview almost made Jiang Xiao laugh to death. What kind of news is this? How could they even release such a thing? However, it added some humor to the tense World Cup competition. The car stopped in front of the hotel. Jiang Xiao and Fang Xingyan paid and got out of the car. After flashing their identification documents, they entered the hotel. The management of the national team was rather strict. The players who failed would have to return to the team immediately and join the main team to stay in the hotel. If they wanted to return, they would have to wait for the competition to end before returning with the team. Of course, if they wanted to go shopping or watch the competition live, they would have to submit a report in advance. It didn't seem to be easy to approve. Hence, the students led by the veteran cadre Zhao Wenlong watched the live broadcast of the competition together in the small auditorium. From time to time, they would listen to the live explanations of the competition from the national analysts, which was a great benefit. Jiang Xiao was now the winner. Hence, he had to correct his attitude when chatting with his teammates and visiting them. No matter what, Zhao Wenlong was a veteran cadre. He was still a young star warrior, and everyone had strong self-esteem. Hence, Jiang Xiao brought a small gift and knocked on the door of Zhao Wenlong's room. After opening the door, Zhao Wenlong was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Xiao to use the break time to return to the base camp of the hotel. After all, if he was outside, he would be accompanied by his teacher. He could simply communicate in private with his teammates. If he was back, things would be different. If he wanted to go out for a stroll, he would have to report to the team. Here, Jiang Xiao opened his hand and handed him a tea bag. Zhao Wenlong blinked and asked, "What's this?" Jiang Xiao said, "Tea leaves. You drink the tea that you brought with you every day. Try the Kimchi Nation's tea this time." Zhao Wenlong asked, "Did you buy it?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "Before I checked out, I specially bought it for you at the hotel." Zhao Wenlong was speechless. Jiang Xiao carefully looked at Zhao Wenlong, who was holding the tea bags. Suddenly, Zhao Wenlong wrapped his arms around Jiang Xiao's neck, clamped him under his armpit, and pulled him into the room. At the same time, he used his other hand to pull Jiang Xiao's hair. The buzzcut guy had done a great job again. Jiang Xiao struggled with all his might, but he was no match for him in terms of strength. Hey, it hurts. Well done. The competition has boosted our morale. You know when to advance and when to retreat. You did it within the rules. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Wenlong congratulated Jiang Xiao happily. Jiang Xiao felt relieved. It turned out that he had been pretending just now. Zhao Wenlong must have really admired Jiang Xiao's battle with the captain of the Maple Leaf team, for him to make such an unexpected move. The two of them chatted for a long time. Jiang Xiao still wanted to listen to the familiar slurping sound, but Master Zhao did not have the habit of drinking tea at night. After that, Jiang Xiao finally revealed his true colors, prepared his words, and asked about the match between Zhao Wenlong and George Starr. In the fog, Zhao Wenlong was probably the only one who knew what happened. Even George Starr was probably so crazy that he didn't know what he had done. Zhao Wenlong did not have any intense reaction. After thinking about it, he said, "That guy's far stronger than he appears to be. His substitute puppet is very fast and has strong defense." Jiang Xiao said, Zhao Wenlong continued, "You must have heard the explosion in the fog, but I can say responsibly that although he threw the pumpkin bomb in front of him every time, he never suffered any damage. He's very adept at combining star techniques. The tricky thing is..." Jiang Xiao asked, "What?" Zhao Wenlong said, "That lifelike substitute puppet is not just a shield. It can move freely and is almost no different from itself. Although its ordinary attacks aren't very lethal, its movements are extremely lifelike. Too many of my attacks hit the puppet." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "He took out a gun in the end?" "I heard the sound of a gun. Is it the one he took out from his hat? Did he stuff it into his belt?" Zhao Wenlong shook his head and said, "What really hurt me wasn't the star power gun, but his substitute puppet. That puppet can self-destruct, and he hid many of its characteristics." Zhao Wenlong sighed and said, "Besides, he doesn't have to take out his multicolor balloon from his hat. It can transform automatically. In the fog, it's hard for me to distinguish the color of the balloon. I don't know what kind of fog the color of the balloon represents, but I can at least feel the effects of numbing and slowing down. Besides," Jiang Xiao asked, "What's the matter?" Zhao Wenlong said, "I don't know if it's an illusion, but when I was conscious, I felt an increase in star power and the effects of self-healing." Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" Zhao Wenlong said, "His auxiliary star technique has clearly exceeded the scope of the auxiliary star techniques for melee combat." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Yes, the combat and rules awakened all had their own auxiliary star techniques, such as various enhancement and damage reduction star techniques. But medical star techniques? No one can surpass the boundaries of the star map. Zhao Wenlong nodded and said, "He might be like you, an extremely special medical awakened star warrior." Chapter 572. The next morning, Jiang Xiao ate with the national team members in the cafeteria, and saw some of his teammates whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The student stepped forward to congratulate him, and Jiang Xiao thanked them profusely. However, there was a small problem when facing Xian. She was probably rather shy and didn't know how to face Jiang Xiao because she reckoned that she had said everything she wanted to say during the phone call. Jiang Xiao greeted her and didn't make things difficult for her. He didn't interact much with her either. After all, she had lost in the competition, and she definitely wouldn't be in a good mood. At this juncture, he had to be mischievous. As expected, most of the top 82 students did not return to the team. Xian, Embers, and Ho Mingming were all resting and recuperating, but Wu Xiaojing rushed back. Jiang Xiao later found out that Wu Xiaojing had specially rushed back to comfort Xian. One of the two girls was from the southwest, while the other was from East China. Although the regions were extremely far apart, that didn't stop them from becoming best friends. Is she going to comfort the cute tree loli with her long legs? Unfortunately, Jiang Xiao couldn't see such a scene. He couldn't follow the two girls to take photos either. Hence, he could only imagine it in his head. The hotel was filled with the national team members and related staff. If Jiang Xiao dared to do anything sneaky, he would probably be hung up and beaten up. However, it didn't matter. Jiang Zhao's own long legs were here. Don't get me wrong, it's not Han Jiangxue. She's still preparing for the competition with the team and has no time to bother with Jiang Xiao. Xiaoyan finally came to Japan. On June 8th, she finally completed her final exams and quickly flew to Japan. Of course, Xiaoyan's first target was Han Jiangxue. Then, Xiaoyan was rejected at the door. She was mercilessly rejected by the team staff and chased out of the training ground. She had no choice but to call Han Jiangxue while feeling sad. The problem was, Han Jiangxue still took some time to speak to Xiaoyan before returning to the hall to study the tactics of the foreign teams with the help of a professional analyst. The sad Xiaoyan didn't see Han Jiangxue and finally thought of her spare tire. Then, she stood at the entrance of the hotel for more than half an hour before finally contacting Jiang Xiao. After waiting for more than an hour, Jiang Xiao applied for a travel permit, and the two of them finally met in the night. Xiaoyan was standing at the entrance of the square outside the hotel, kicking stones in boredom and glaring at the paparazzi around her from time to time. When she saw Jiang Xiao walking out of the hotel's revolving door, she immediately forgot about her exhaustion and waved her hands excitedly. "Xiaopi, Shrimpy." Jiang Xiao hurriedly walked over. Xiaoyan was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of denim shorts. She exuded a youthful and beautiful aura. However, she was wearing denim shorts, after all, so her long legs were very eye-catching. Jiang Xiao walked out with a smile and apologized profusely. "I didn't mean to make you wait for so long. The management here is too strict." What are you doing? Put me down." The husky couldn't help but feel excited. It put its hands under his armpits and lifted him up. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. He was really dumbfounded. "Am I being lifted up high? That's awesome. Shrimpy." Not only did Xiaoyan lift him up, but she also shook him back and forth. "During the exam, all I could think about was the scene of you fighting. I flunked all the subjects." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. "Damn it, you didn't study well and failed the exam. Don't blame it on me, all right?" What an impressive reason. Although the streets were brightly lit, the flashes were very eye-catching due to the fact that it was dark. Jiang Xiao felt like he was almost blinded by the series of flashes and shutter sounds that were being emitted one after another. The staff member behind Jiang Xiao turned pale and hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. "Mind your image, you two. Put him down, put him down." Xiaoyan stuck her tongue out and put Jiang Xiao down. She then put her arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Her action was rather normal, and the staff member behind her didn't say anything else. Jiang Xiao understood her excitement and agitation. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a few months, and Jiang Zhao's results were still so good. Besides, she was a husky to begin with. Hence, Jiang Xiao resisted the urge to kick her in front of the camera. The two of them strode forward, and Xiaoyan hurriedly asked, "What have you been doing these days when you haven't competed? Have you been staying in the hotel every day?" Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, I've been studying tactics and watching videos of the competition. It's already the top 82 now, and there are fewer participants. The team has found some stronger opponents for me, so that I can familiarize myself with their combat routines. Xia Yin nodded and couldn't help but turn around to look at the young man behind her. Is he just following us like that? Jiang Xiao said helplessly. He's not the only one. There are so many people with cameras and mobile phones. Xia Yin asked, shall we take a taxi then? Jiang Xiao nodded. After a while, Jiang Xiao, Xia Yin, and the young man got into a taxi and left. However, Jiang Xiao could already guess what the news would be on the internet the next day. Has your hair grown out? Jiang Xiao asked Xia Yin with a chuckle while looking at her in the car. Due to the fact that she had gone to the Black Rock Mountain for training previously, her hair got burnt. Hence, she cut her hair into a buzz cut. After not seeing her for a few months, she had already grown a lot. Yes. Oh, by the way, this is your reward. You did a great job during the competition, Xia Yin said as she took out a box from her bag and handed it to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao could tell what it was from the packaging without opening the box at all. A mobile phone? Xia Yin said, didn't you say that you weren't used to using a fruit system previously? While opening the box, Jiang Xiao said, that was when I first got it. I'm already used to it now. Xia Yin spread her hands and said, I don't know how to reward you either. Take it. It's a new one. Use it to attack others. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Wow, Huawei P10 Plus. Okay, there's no time like the present. Let's attack today. The two of them wandered around the congested city with a third wheel full of resentment. Under the driver's recommendation, they arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Xia Yin chatted nonstop along the way. Even when they were eating the barbecue, she didn't stop talking at all. She ate while chatting. Jiang Xiao could tell that she was genuinely happy for Jiang Xiao. She might even be proud of him. What? You've never met Xue before? Oh, okay. Hey, your swordsmanship is really amazing. Not only is it amazing, but it's also very effective. When I taught you, I never thought that you would be able to master it to such a level. The captain of the Maple Leaf team is so abominable. If it were me, I would have cut her into pieces. The captain of the Rising Sun team has to be cut into pieces too. Jiang Xiao stopped picking up the meat with his chopsticks and looked at Xia Yin in a daze. What's wrong with her? Why did you cut her up? Xia Yin scratched her head and said, nothing. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, let's work hard. We still have 2 years to prepare. Song Chuanxi and the other two will be gone for the next World Cup. The three of US should take over. By then, we'll find a better shield warrior. Xia Yan's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Looking at Xia Yan's eyes that were full of yearning, Jiang Xiao secretly sighed. Xia Yan was definitely a competitive person. She watched as her best friend fought for the country and watched as Jiang Xiao, who was supposed to be a few years younger than her, fought for the country. Undoubtedly, while she was elated, she also felt a little desolate. Jiang Zhao's words were 10,000 times better than any kind of comfort and encouragement. By the way, I've also prepared a gift for you. This is an out-of-print star bead that I brought back from overseas. It's completely out of print in that dimensional space. Xia Yin blinked and suddenly said, previously, I used my mobile phone to exchange for my Shantua star bead. This time, I've exchanged it for an out-of-print star bead. Jiang Xiao tossed a piece of oily roasted meat into his mouth and said in a muffled voice, what are you waiting for, then? Hurry up and go buy another mobile phone. What if I still have one? Xia Yin was speechless. Jiang Xiao said, however, you only have one usable star slot left. Although the star technique of this star bead is more suitable for you, you'd better not think about it for now. By the way, have you chosen a star pet that you like? Xia Yin pursed her lips and shook her head. Don't talk about it. I'm still not sure what type of star pet I want. Many teachers have suggested that I look for a medical pet, but when I think about you, I find other medical pets boring. Jiang Xiao asked, I treat you as a teammate, but you treat me as... At the side, the young man lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of drink. At first, he thought that they were siblings, but later on, he thought that they were a couple. Now, after hearing Xia Yan's words, he suddenly had some strange thoughts. While patting the young man's back, Jiang Xiao asked, "Brother, what's your name?" "Ahem." The young man wiped his mouth with a tissue and said, "Good." Jiang Zhao's voice suddenly turned gentle, and he rubbed the young man's back. "Good. You're already a mature third wheel. You have to learn to be quiet." Good was speechless. Xiaoyan glanced at the third wheel in disdain and continued to look at Jiang Xiao. "We're drawing lots tomorrow, right? I wonder who we're going to fight this time." Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter if it's the captain or not, as long as it's not an ordinary student. I can fight anyone who has the word God in their name." Xiaoyan smirked and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her arrogant behavior was rather irksome. Good's eyes widened in shock. "Ah, this is an evil era where one's appearance is everything." Jiang Xiao continued, "I discussed it with the staff for a long time just now. We can't make an exception. You can find a hotel nearby to stay." Xiaoyan waved her hand casually and said, "Okay, you don't have to worry about these things. I'll go and buy the tickets after I watch you draw lots tomorrow. After watching your competition the day after tomorrow, I'll watch Xue's competition. She's great too. She's already in the top 65 in the world." Jiang Xiao said, "You don't have to buy tickets. I'll look for the leader of the team to coordinate with him. Since you're part of my group of friends and relatives, I can bring you in directly." Xiaoyan nodded and said, "Sure." Jiang Xiao took out his new mobile phone and stood up to sit beside Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan asked, "What?" Jiang Xiao raised his mobile phone and pointed the screen at the two of them. He said, "Take a photo. After we return to the hotel, download the app and post it on Weibo." "Oh." Xiaoyan put down her chopsticks and pressed her forehead against Jiang Zhao's temple while making a face. "Kacha." Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaoyan's mischievous behavior. He couldn't help but secretly laugh. This chick is really too excited today. Although she's usually a husky, she's probably in a state of demolishing mode today. Besides, Jiang Xiao could clearly sense the psychological changes in Xiaoyan. In the past, she used to consider herself as Han Jiangshue's best friend and wanted to help and take care of Jiang Xiao. She had always treated him like a younger brother. However, it seemed that she had cast aside that identity and those thoughts. Hence, it was useless to be flashy. At the end of the day, men still had to speak with their abilities. Jiang Xiao explained, "A lot of photos were taken in front of the hotel just now. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Instead of letting others make up stories, I might as well self-destruct." Xiaoyan's eyes widened. "Huh? Self-destruct?" Jiang Xiao answered, "Yes, self-destruct." Xiaoyan asked, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Xiao drew a line in the air with his finger and said, "Infatuated Yin went all the way to Japan to save her love." Jiang Xiao then drew a line at the bottom and said, "Heartless Yin focused on the World Cup and remained unmoved like a rock." Xiaoyan's face turned sullen, and she clenched her chopsticks so tightly that they made cracking sounds. "Good." Jiang Xiao hurriedly sat back on the bench opposite him. "Be careful. She's going to hurt the students participating in the World Cup. Soon, she's accumulating power. Her anger is soaring. Hurry, let's change seats. I'll hide inside." Chapter 573. On the 10th of June, Japan, in the small auditorium on the first floor of the hotel where the China individual competition team was staying. The students who had already lost the competition, the substitutes who did not have a chance to compete at all, Jiang Xiao and Wu Xiaojing, the two students who were preparing for the competition, the teacher in charge, and nearly 20 staff members who rushed over from Huaxia filled up half of the auditorium. Everyone was very nervous as they looked at the big screen in front of them and watched the drawing ceremony for the fourth round. There were only 82 people left. After 3 rounds of elimination, those who were left were the strongest of the strongest. Jiang Xiao sat next to the big bald Xing Yan. He could tell that Xing Yan cared a lot about his hairstyle. It had been so many days, but it was still so shiny. It was obvious that he often cut his hair. This trip to the World Cup had made this hot-tempered man feel suffocated. Sometimes, he even wondered why he followed Jiang Xiao back to the audience when he was in China. Wouldn't it be better if he just left? In this hotel, he had to apply for everywhere he wanted to go, and it might not be approved. It was like being in prison. Unfortunately, before the start of the first round of the competition, no one had an accident. There were no assassinations from the enemy countries, no incidents like causing trouble, and no one withdrew from the competition due to personal reasons. All the contestants were alive and kicking. Xing Yin could only watch the competition in the hotel and silently give them his blessings. Oh, Xie Xiaohe. Jiang Xiao saw Xie Xiaohe's character image appear on the screen in the first position. He still had one end of the black boxing band in his mouth, and his head was pulled backward. It was fine the first time, the second time, but the third time, this was the fourth time. Wasn't he tired of holding the boxing band in his mouth every day? Wow, this chick is quite beautiful. Jiang Xiao sighed softly. Wu Xiaojing, who was on the other side of the aisle, heard him and turned her head. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Xiao. Compared to the mischievous Jiang Xiao, a group of staff members sighed as if they were worried about such a result. On the top right of the character image in the second position, a red flag with a blue cross was hung high. In the image, a woman with thick golden hair appeared, and there were several blue and white electric currents crawling on her body. Her skin was so white that it could be described as pale. Even the blood vessels on the back of her hands were clearly visible. However, she was not sick. Her skin was like that. Northern Kingdom, Siglide. Xing Yin murmured. Her Thunderbolt star technique is too fast. It's a little difficult for Xie Yin, who's a melee fighter. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "All right, be content. At least you're not the captain of the North Kingdom. You're just like Thor from Avengers." Wu Xiaojing sighed softly and said, "Europe isn't a big place, but there are really too many people in the top 82. Northern Europe is even more of a disaster area for Almighties." Beside Wu Xiaojing, Xian stretched out her small hand and gently patted the back of Wu Xiaojing's hand. "Don't worry, you won't get a lightning mage." Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, was amused. He said, "It's all thanks to Xian and for saying that. If I dare to comfort someone like that, I'll definitely be able to heal them. Wu Xiaojing, you definitely won't run away from the Lightning King." Wu Xiaojing couldn't help but stretch out her long leg and kick from the other side of the aisle. Xian also glared at Jiang Xiao angrily. "Ho Mingming is here," said Zhao Wenlong, who was sitting right behind Jiang Xiao. The auditorium immediately fell silent. Scene number 1. No problem, there's a small advantage in the venue. A few seconds later, ding, character confirmed. There was a blue and white striped flag with a sun icon in the middle. South American Eagle, the Republic of Artine. Everyone was still observing the obedient-looking curly-haired young man when Master Zhao said, "This is the only seedling of the Republic of Artine." Wu Xiaojing covered her mouth and chuckled. "Captain, you're sending a country away." Slurp. Huh. Zhao Wenlong couldn't help but take a sip of his tea and let out a long sigh. "He's going to be ruthless." Jiang Xiao immediately nodded and said, "Unrighteousness leads to self-destruction." All of a sudden, everyone looked over in bewilderment. What is this little toxic healer saying? Does he have such a huge feud with Ho Mingming? Jiang Xiao looked embarrassed and said, "What are you looking at? Don't you know my title? Toxic Healer. This is a prophecy-type star technique that I specially invented. Reverse Toxic Healer. I guarantee that you will live a long and lonely life." Zhao Wenlong coughed and coughed. Jiang Xiao jumped up immediately. Zhao Wenlong spat out a mouthful of hot tea onto the back of his head. Although he had diamond endurance, he shouldn't be delayed. After some chaos, the scene was quickly brought under control. Jiang Xiao wiped the back of his head with a towel and looked up at the big screen. In the back row, Zhao Wenlong carefully pushed the thermos cup to the side and wiped the wet table. Finally, he stopped this slurping behavior to avoid the situation of cough. "He's here." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up as he saw Ember from Shanghai Star Warriors. Ember's previous match had indeed made Jiang Xiao look at him in a different light. He didn't expect Ember to have hidden his abilities so well. It turned out that the mist was just his normal state, and the flames were his desperate stance. Jiang Shao had never heard of such a star technique before. No one had ever seen Ember use that star technique during the domestic selections or even during his university career. It was just like a burst of power. The character in position number 2 quickly switched and finally fixed. The red, white, and blue flag was confirmed and fluttered. In the image, a beautiful girl who looked like she was from East Asia appeared. A beauty from the Taman Kingdom. Humph. Wu Xiaojing gritted her teeth and said, "You've really lucked out." Jiang Shao glanced at Wu Xiaojing carefully and stared at her frosty face. Jiang Shao didn't dare to say anything. Xing Yin said, "If I remember correctly, this seems to be the only seedling of the Taman Kingdom. He might be sent away too." Upon hearing that, Jiang Shao dodged to the right out of reflex and turned to look at Zhao Wenlong behind him. Zhao Wenlong silently tightened the lid of the thermos cup and looked at Jiang Shao innocently with his eyes wide open. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao dodged to the right, he was in the aisle. On the other side of the aisle, Wu Xiaojing pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "Little toxic healer, heal him too." Jiang Shao turned around and asked, "Heal what?" Wu Xiaojing glared at Ember on the screen and said, "The kind where he dies alone." Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "I actually hope that he can make a vow of eternal love with you." Wu Xiaojing was dumbfounded. "Hey, stop fooling around. It's your turn." Xian tugged at Wu Xiaojing's arm. Wu Xiaojing was in the next group of Ember, and it was position number 1. There were already 4 people in position number 1. Wu Xiaojing looked at the screen and said softly to Jiang Shao, "Let me tell you, if my opponent is really a Nordic Thunder Mage, you'll what? You can't beat me in a fight, and you can't out-talk me either. What do you want to do?" Jiang Shao grinned. "Forget it. She's my teammate after all. I'll help her." He said, "Don't worry. I guarantee it's the Nordic god of magic, the kind that specializes in thunder and lightning." Ding. Character confirmed. A green, white, and red flag appeared with a bird in the middle. A bald, burly man appeared. He had a ferocious face and crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking extremely ferocious. It was indeed not Nordic, but North America. Mo Nation, Kingpin. Although the young man looked extremely ferocious, Wu Xiaojing heaved a sigh of relief. She was very satisfied with the draw. The 4 Chinese players had already confirmed their opponents, and Jiang Shao was the only one left. There were 82 contestants and 41 matches. The lot drawing ceremony was almost at the end. In the second-to-last match, an extremely gorgeous flag appeared in position number 1. The flag was made up of 3 stripes, red, yellow, and red. On the left side of the yellow flag was a shield with divine pillars on both sides and a crown on top. The shield was painted with a golden castle, a purple lion, a golden chain net, and a pomegranate flower, Sima Kingdom. As for the man on the right, he was even more dashing and heroic. He had deep eyes and a high-nosed bridge. Dressed in a golden-red uniform, he exuded the aura of royalty. The people in position number 2 changed quickly, and there were only 3 contestants left. If one were to focus on one of them, one would be able to see them clearly. Ding. Character confirmed. The flag with red stars in position number 2 fluttered high in the upper right corner. The toxic healer smiled shyly and rubbed the back of his head as he entered everyone's field of vision. "Damn, are you serious? He's not the captain anymore. He's the Royal Sea Burial King." Although there are only more than 80 people left, and there are many powerhouses, Xiaopi has a 100% chance of becoming the goddess of fury. In the small auditorium, the staff members sighed in despair. At the back of the auditorium, Fang Xingyan held his forehead with one hand. "Didn't I? Appeal?" The effect was not given to the captain, but to an extremely special sea burial king. Was it really randomly matched? Members of the royal family were completely different from ordinary Star Warriors. Although their basic star techniques were similar to that of ordinary Star Warriors, their advanced star techniques were extremely terrifying. They would be able to obtain whatever was precious and powerful. With a prominent identity, appropriate rights, and the support of super-rich people, the Sea Burial King of the Sima Kingdom had terrifying underwater abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been given the title of Sea Burial King. As for his underwater skills, he definitely wouldn't be too bad. The Sea Burial King was good at turning any battlefield into his own home ground. Wu Xiaojing turned to look at Jiang Xiao with a trace of pity in her eyes. She leaned over and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently. Come on. At the back, Zhao Wenlong also patted Jiang Zhao's back gently and said, come on. Xing Yin clenched his sandbag-sized fist and gestured at Jiang Xiao. Get him. Jiang Xiao nodded with a sullen expression. In the past few days, he had watched many competitions under the guidance of the analyst and studied some special players that he needed to pay attention to. The Sea Burial King was one of them. After all, underwater battles were not Jiang Zhao's forte. At this moment, in a luxurious hotel somewhere in Japan, in a luxurious suite, two people were sitting on the sofa and watching television. One of them, a handsome young man, was hugging his head with his hands and looking like he was in disbelief. He spat out a string of broken Spanish words. No, don't do this. Why? I don't want to fight this Chinese jinx. The teacher at the side hurriedly said, calm down, please stay calm. The handsome young man buried his face in his hands and kept muttering. It's a conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy. Someone wants to take me down. They don't want me to enter the top 40. At midnight tomorrow, please get some tickets. Chapter 574. Today, 12:17, 20 a.m. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not, June 9, 21:12 a.m. from Huawei P10, plus the people who treated me to barbecue are all angels. Picture. Xia Yin looked at the photo of the two of them below, looking at the smiling buzz-cut boy and herself who was making a face. Xia Yin couldn't help but smile. She thought that Jiang Xiao would say something nonsensical. After all, he had already come up with the title when they were having barbecue the night before. However, the text and the accompanying picture made Xia Yin look at it again and again. The more she looked at it, the more delighted she became. This kid has a conscience after all. It's worth it for me to fly here immediately. Goddesses are all cold and aloof. She hung up the phone after saying a few words. Sigh. Indeed, the spare tire is still the most heartwarming. The more Xia Yin looked at it, the more she liked it, but the comments below were displeased. You're still in a mood to eat barbecue at a time like this? Goddess pie. Wake up. Don't be bewitched by this evildoer. Do you know who your opponent is? Royal Sea Burial King. Oh my God, Xiaopi, I saw the image of you being lifted up high last night. */omega \***. Goddess Yin is domineering. I lifted my dog like that too. Last time, it even gave me milk. June 9th? What a magical number. It's full of meaning. Tell me, what did the two of you do after eating barbecue at night? Dog head. Xia Yin was infuriated and her fingers were trembling. Who posted it? Fellow Taoist, 7 Taoists? Xia Yin tapped on the screen and said, fellow Taoist, 7 Taoists, give me the address. I'm going to hack you to death. Sexy Goddess Yin, hacking people online. Haha, silly netizens have been named. Fellow Taoist, 7 Taoists. Dong, huh? Xia Yin picked up the video call, only to see that Jiang Xiao was walking while asking, have you packed your things? Xia Yin asked in bewilderment, why? Jiang Xiao glanced at Xia Yin helplessly and said, didn't you see the lot-drawing ceremony just now? Xia Yin nodded and said, I saw it. Isn't it the Royal Sea Burial King? Jiang Xiao was exasperated. This girl was actually more confident than him. Jiang Xiao said, the competition will be held in the North Island of Neon. Pack your things, hurry up, and pack your things. We'll pick you up when we leave later. Xia Yin is really strange. With a thump, he stood up from the bed. With the crisp sound of the bed, Xia Yin exclaimed happily, all right. More than half an hour later, Xia Yin, who was playing with her mobile phone at the entrance of the hotel, finally arrived. Teacher Fong. Xia Yin smiled coquettishly and scurried over to hold onto Fong Xingyun's arm. To Xia Yin's surprise, Fong Xingyin asked, I heard that you flunked all your final exams. Xia Yin's face stiffened, and she turned to look at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao stood beside the taxi and waved. Hurry up. I wanted to experience the Shinkansen. When I was young, I always watched Iron Brave Trainman. Xia Yan was about to walk towards Jiangshao, but she was pulled back by Fang Xingyun, who instructed, "I'll give you the best viewing spot, but you're not allowed to disturb him in any way, be it before or after the competition." Xia Yan was speechless. So what if you're a national team member? Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan, who was standing there angrily, and couldn't help but say, "Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I'll throw you into Teacher Fang's shadow of disaster ruins. You can even save a ticket." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. The North Island was located in the north of Neon. The North Island in June was extremely beautiful, be it in terms of scenery or climate. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao was not in the mood to travel at all. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, he had no choice but to stay in the hotel in Jia City and watch the battle footage of the King of Sea Burial King over and over again. The King of Sea Burial King, whose real name was Bino Alfonso Bermu, was a member of the royal family and the third son of the king. He had an elder brother and an elder sister. The eldest prince, Enrico Alfonso Bermu, was an ordinary person who was 31 years old and had an almost perfect persona. The second princess, Sophia Alfonso Bermu, was 26 years old this year. She broke through the peak of the Galaxy stage last summer and officially entered the Starfall stage. The third prince, who was also Bino, was 22 years old this year and had already set foot on the peak of the Galaxy stage. He was following in his sister's footsteps and working hard to enter the Starfall stage within 3 years. Compared to identity and status, Bino was more interested in achieving some achievements on the path of a Star Warrior. After all, he had all sorts of status. Ever since he was young, Princess Sophia had always been superior to Bino. After all, the two of them had the same resources and similar talents. Sophia, who was a few years older, was naturally far ahead of him. Bino, who was trying to surpass his sister, had, of course, tried his best to do so within the scope of healthy competition. This year, the World Cup was the time for him to prove himself. Since Sophia had never participated in the World Cup, it would be a good opportunity for Bino to surpass his sister in a certain field. If Jiang Zhao's competition had affected the hearts of hundreds of millions of Chinese people, Bino's competition was not just about winning glory for the country. The family behind him, the royalty and nobles of all of Europe, and even the entire world had their eyes on this prominent contestant. There were plenty of royal families in Europe. Under normal circumstances, people like the princes wouldn't participate in the competition. On the one hand, it was because they had no eyes, and, on the other hand, they were afraid of being embarrassed. Win. That's what you should do. What kind of education did you receive since you were a child? What kind of resources did you receive in your career as a Star Warrior? Lose? Why would you lose? Of course, you can also lose. At the end of the day, victory and defeat are common in war. However, why didn't you have the foresight to put yourself in a position where you might lose? Bino's participation in the competition caused him to be controversial in his circle, but among the people, he received a lot of support. As he won one victory after another, Bino's father, the King of Sima, also received a lot of praise. The citizens who had vehemently opposed the third prince's participation in the competition also slowly changed their minds. Fortunately, the King of Sea Burial was not just for show. He led the way and advanced to the top 82 in the world. Unfortunately, the King of Sea Burial encountered perhaps the strangest opponent in his entire World Cup journey, the toxic healer of China, Captain Conqueror, Terminator of the deities. China's toxic healer, who had taken the unconventional path, had rampaged through the World Cup's individual competition as a support. He had killed everything in his way and shocked everyone. Finally, the toxic healer came. He was wearing the gold, red, and white champion dragon suit. He was facing the Royal Sea Burial King, who was wearing the gold and red champion dragon suit. Both of them had their reasons to win this match. Bino was backed by a large and prominent family, reputation, and public opinion, as well as various factors that might affect his future development. The words immortal hero were printed on Jiang Zhao's back, and the number 29 was printed on his chest. If Jiang Zhao's previous fight against the captain of the Rising Sun City was like a rehearsal for the finals in terms of strength, then his fight against the king of Sea Burial this time was like a proper World Cup finals in terms of the attention of all the countries in the world. The match between Jiang Zhao and Bino was scheduled for the first match in the afternoon. The ratings of all the matches at the same time were indeed a little low. June 11th, at 13:20 in the afternoon, the stadium of Zhacking International University was filled with people. The breeze was blowing, the sky was blue, and the clouds were drifting in the sky, blocking the afternoon sun. Xia Yin was sitting in the third row of spectators on the south side of the midfield position, surrounded by a sea of red. Xia Yin had to admit that the atmosphere there was much warmer than in the university cafeteria. She was surrounded by people from all over the world. There were still 10 minutes before the match began, and the cheers were already at their peak. Nearly 1,000 people shouted in unison, suppressing the buzzing sound in the football stadium. Xia Yin shouted along with them while holding a small mirror in her left hand and a watercolor pen in her right hand. She was painting on the right side of her face. All of a sudden, Xia Yin felt that the sky had darkened. She looked up, only to see that the top of her head was red. She did not know where the huge red flag came from. Although it blocked the view of the spectators, the people along the way tried their best to unfurl the flag, pull the corner of the red cloth, and pass it to the next person. Until Xia Yin's eyes were blindfolded by the red cloth and the sky was covered. The referee's whistle sounded from below. Beep! Contestants from both sides enter the arena. Jiang Zhao carried the giant sword in his hand and strode towards the green field under Fang Xingyun's blessings. On the other side, Bino, who was wearing a golden-red national team uniform, walked over with a long trident in one hand. The contestants from both sides stood still and looked at each other. Prince Bino was more handsome than Jiang Zhao had imagined. He seemed to be a person who was not photogenic. Besides, he was more burly than Jiang Zhao had imagined. He was about 2 meters tall, had broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. Even the national team uniform could not hide his body lines. His short golden brown hair was neat and tidy, his eyes were deep, and he was extremely good-looking. However, the trident was a little ugly. Come to think of it, it's really just a trident, isn't it? Can't he have some new weapons? Does he have to use a trident for everything in the sea? The more Jiang Zhao looked at him, the more he felt that something was amiss. The guy opposite him was clearly not focused. Is this a pre-match tactic? Jiang Zhao looked in the direction that Prince Bino was looking at from time to time and looked at the audience on the north side. Due to the fact that it was a university stadium, unlike commercial stadiums where there were private rooms, the spectators were all in the stands. Even though the audience was crowded, Jiang Zhao saw the most dazzling person at a glance. Okay. She was sitting in the last row, which was the highest seat. Her steady posture did not fit in with the noisy atmosphere around her. There were also 2 bodyguards dressed in black beside her. Jiang Zhao asked, "Is the princess here to supervise the battle personally?" Bino froze for a moment and humphed. "Hey!" Jiang Zhao pointed his sword at Bino and said, "If you lose, will you be spanked when you get home?" Bino frowned and said in displeasure, "That's impossible. Watch your words." "Oh, we'll be okay if you lose." Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and said, "I have a sister too. If I lose, I'll be spanked when I get home. So, let me win this competition." Chapter 575. I'm cheering for Xiong Xiong. The audience was still clamoring, and as the whistle sounded, the huge flag above Xia Yan's head was continuously put away. The trash talk segment between both parties was switched on, and the sound of it filled the stadium. Due to the fact that neither of them was very intense, they were not silenced or punished. Unfortunately, that was all they said. They didn't speak again after that. When the whistle sounded, the flag above Xia Yan's head was finally put away. She hurriedly looked at the green field, but her attention was inevitably attracted by the dark clouds that were gathering rapidly in the sky. The clear sky quickly darkened, and Xia Yin knew that it should be the prelude to tears of sorrow. In the arena, just now, Jiang Xiao held onto the giant sword and threw a shot of sound of silence. The tall and burly Prince Bino did not hesitate at all. He tilted his body abruptly, and at the same time, water droplets splattered all over his body. The toxic healer definitely lived up to his reputation. Even in the past 3 competitions, Jiang Xiao did not use the star technique blessing much due to the special nature of each competition. However, Prince Bino was still very cautious and avoided blessing at the start of the competition. However, Jiang Xiao knew that such silence would only cause him some trouble. As a sea burial king with an extremely complete combat system, purifying star techniques were essential. The crystal-clear water droplets around Prince Bino floated in mid-air, creating a beautiful scene that purified the area of sound of silence almost instantly. Jiang Zhao's first plan failed, and he decided to use another one. While summoning tears of sorrow, he teleported and appeared behind Prince Bino. "Hey!" Jiang Xiao hollered and plunged into the water droplets that filled the sky. His giant sword was covering green glow, and he slashed it down forcefully. Whoosh! Jiang Xiao, who was in the dense array of water droplets, suddenly felt his limbs being controlled. Countless water droplets condensed and formed 4 water snakes. There was no need for any coiling movements at all. They appeared instantly and tied Jiang Xiao to the ground. "Ah!" Prince Bino roared, seemingly able to sense everything in the water droplets array. He turned around abruptly and stabbed his trident at Jiang Xiao, causing a series of water droplets to explode. Whoosh! The 4 water snakes that appeared out of thin air were tied up. Jiang Zhao's figure flickered, and he returned to his own side of the field. Prince Bino was not discouraged. He turned around again and placed his trident in front of him, after which the crystal-clear water droplets scattered. The density did not decrease, but the range of control became larger and larger. The Sea Burial King seemed to have the upper hand in the first round. Waves of cheers and whistles rang out from the spectator stands. The atmosphere in the arena was getting more and more intense. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound of thunder sounded, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. Yi! Jiang Xiao tilted his body abruptly, and his movements were almost exactly the same as the other party dodging the blessing. In the next moment, on the trembling green turf beneath his feet, the soil exploded and the turf splashed everywhere. A water dragon rushed out from the ground, its diameter at least 2 meters. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it roared. The king, the Yi and dragon, Yan, the I Xiao. Almost at the same time, 16 water dragons sprang out from various positions in the field. They were like a fountain bursting out of the ground and rushing into the sky. The scene was spectacular. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly. Prince Bino held his trident in front of him with one hand and directed the water dragons with the other. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Xiao, and he had made up his mind to defend himself. The 16 water dragons on the field broke through the top of the iron cage that was 10 meters tall. At the height of 10 meters, the water dragons no longer flew up. Instead, they replaced the top of the iron cage and spread out in all directions. The 16 water pillars sprang up high and splashed in all directions, connecting to each other. Then, a curtain of water that was as clear as a spring spread out horizontally, completely covering the top of the green field. Crack! Under the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Rain fell quickly, covering a terrifyingly accurate area. It also drenched the square field, but the tears of sorrow rain was intercepted by the water curtain, and not a single drop fell. Oh my God! That's so cool. Is this real? No wonder he's the prince. This ticket is so valuable, Mommy. What rare and precious star techniques are these? The audience took out their mobile phones and took photos frantically. The scene of the battle on the field was indeed dazzling. 16 water pillars rose high into the air, forming a water curtain that blocked the rainwater from falling from the sky. The water from the water pillars and the tears of sorrow flowed down the iron net on all sides of the iron cage like a waterfall. Within this iron cage that was gradually forming a water curtain, the dense water droplets around Prince Binuo were still scattering in all directions, covering the entire sky and earth. It's another perfect star technique to counter the enemy. In the second round, Prince Bino seemed to have gained the upper hand again. How should the toxic healer of China deal with the enemy? Jiang Zhao's sudden movement caught everyone's attention, especially the water curtain that flowed along the metal mesh on the four sides of the cage. It blocked the audience's vision, and they could only see the blurry figures inside. Jiang Zhao reached out and carefully tested the strength of the high-pressure fountain in front of him, after which he couldn't help but secretly nod. Jiang Zhao wiped his face and his buzz cut with his wet palms. He then shook his head and said, "You're very well prepared." Prince Bino finally asked, "What about you?" As he spoke, a water dragon suddenly emerged from the fountain in front of Jiang Zhao and rushed towards him. Jiang Zhao hurriedly dodged sideways, and at the next moment, the ground trembled. Countless soil splattered and grass flew everywhere. The water dragon broke out of the ground and no longer rushed towards the sky to support the water curtain. Instead, it blasted towards Jiang Zhao. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's footsteps that resembled that of a butterfly were displayed in front of everyone. In particular, the water curtain on the iron cage obstructed the audience's vision and made Jiang Zhao's movements seem even more dreamy. The scene was beautiful, but what made the Chinese audience worried was that Jiang Zhao seemed to have no way to resist and could only keep dodging. Fang Xingyan frowned as she watched Jiang Zhao's blurry figure move left and right in the huge waves. She couldn't help but recall how Jiang Zhao struggled bitterly in her meteorite flames. The plan that she had come up with for him was, of course, to engage in melee combat because his opponent was a rules awakened. Let's put it this way. Regardless of whether his opponent was a rules awakened or a combat awakened, Jiang Zhao would always have an advantage in melee combat. However, Jiang Zhao did not continue to look for a breakthrough after failing to attack. Instead, he immediately activated Plan B. At this moment, Prince Bino was frowning as he looked at the small boat that was on the verge of collapse in the storm. However, no matter how stormy the waves were, the small boat that seemed to be on the verge of collapsing would always be able to survive and continue to roll in the waves. Prince Bino had already spread the water droplets around him to the extreme with a radius of about 10 meters. After some thought, he continued to move forward while controlling the water dragon to attack Jiang Zhao, who was dodging and dodging. Finally, he did not adopt a defensive posture and chose to stride forward. At this moment, Jiang Zhao leaped and dodged the water dragon that was descending from the sky. Just as he was about to continue dodging, he discovered his opponent's actions and dodged. Swoosh! Within the range of the water droplets, nothing could escape Prince Bino's senses. Of course, even if he did not use his senses, he could still see Jiang Zhao, who was 5 meters away with his naked eyes. The densely packed water droplets quickly gathered and formed, imprisoning Jiang Zhao's body. Swoosh! Jiang Zhao's body flashed again and appeared on Prince Bino's left side. Bino's expression was solemn as he immediately turned around to defend himself. The countless water droplets that were no longer there condensed and formed again. Then, Jiang Zhao's body disappeared again. It was his left hand again. Bino turned around again to ensure that he was facing Jiang Zhao. The water droplets instantly condensed and imprisoned Jiang Zhao once again. Swoosh, your left hand. Are you trying to play turn left with me? No matter what Bino thought, he had to give it his all in this life and death situation. Therefore, he obediently turned left again. Swoosh, flash again. This time, Bino finally broke his usual routine and attacked. He had already followed Jiang Zhao for more than one round. This time, Bino relied on his prediction and continued to turn left. However, the moment he saw Jiang Zhao, he did not stop. Instead, he continued to turn left and thrust his trident forward fiercely. According to Jiang Zhao's routine, This trident would probably pierce through his heart. However, Bino had miscalculated. Jiang Shao directly flashed forward and swung his giant sword upwards. Although his limbs were imprisoned in an instant, he had already used the accompanying move. Platinum. Countercurrent light. Come on, we'll split in half. With the obstruction of the water curtain on the upper layer, the threat of the light pillar of blessing was greatly reduced. Prince Bino naturally had the capital to attack. However, Jiang Zhao's action made him turn pale with fright. The moment Prince Bino thrust his trident forward, a pitch-black light pillar rushed out and directly hung on Prince Bino's majestic body. Including the 2 teleportations at the beginning, Jiang Shao had used a total of 8 teleportations. Based on the consumption of 1/10 of the total amount of star power in each teleportation, most of the star power in Jiang Zhao's body had already been depleted. The countercurrent light directly hung on Prince Bino's body. In an instant, a large amount of star power surged into Jiang Zhao's body. Although there was no qualitative difference in the total amount of star power between an early-stage galaxy and a peak galaxy, the difference in quantity was rather obvious. Prince Bino did not know how much star power he had expended. However, the countercurrent light had directly deprived a large portion of the star power in his body. The feeling of having his star power sucked out instantly made Prince Bino's expression turn extremely ugly and uncomfortable. In a fit of anger, Prince Bino actually gave up on a portion of the water droplets that had already formed a formation and changed his attack method. He gripped his trident tightly in his hand, and the dense water droplets suddenly exploded. Swoosh! Jiang Zhao's figure moved away and stood in the middle of the half-field. Amidst the explosion of the water droplets, Prince Bino's majestic figure walked out of the mist and glared at Jiang Shao angrily. As for Jiang Shao, he tilted his body slightly and dodged the roaring water dragon behind him. He looked at Prince Bino from afar. He even winked at the prince with his left eye. Chapter 576. It's a 4,300-word chapter. Please vote for me. In the live stream of CCTV, Wan Ming tried his best to watch the battle on the water screen, but he could only see a blurry figure. He couldn't help but say, "This game is not friendly enough for the audience. It's difficult for us to see the specific situation through the water screen." Yi Xuanyang continued, "This prince from the Sima Kingdom is a cautious person. Even though it's no longer raining, he still uses the water screen to support it." Wan Ming asked, "Won't that consume a lot of star power?" Yi Xuanyang was stumped by that question. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe Prince Bino has other concerns." The 2 hosts were still conversing when a loud roar came from the water cage. "You've made everything simple." On the arena, Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and looked at the tall and handsome prince opposite him, not quite sure what he meant. Prince Bino held the middle of the trident in one hand and smashed it down forcefully, after which the handle was inserted into the wet turf. At the next moment, the ground began to boil. Countless fountains emerged from the ground, and the water level on the green field rose rapidly. Jiang Shao couldn't help but take a step back, his shoes already drenched. However, no matter where he retreated, there was only wet turf. In the blink of an eye, the water level had already reached Jiang Zhao's ankles. "The water level in the huge football field has already reached my ankles? How much water does that require? Is this really water? Or is it some kind of illusion created by a star technique?" The audience was also shocked. This time, they could see very clearly. With the iron cage as the boundary, there was a clear distinction between the two. Inside the iron cage, which was the green field, the water level was rising rapidly. Outside the iron cage, there was no trace of water flowing at all. Is it really that magical? There's a huge hole in the cage that can't stop the water from flowing. So what kind of magical star technique is that? Is Prince Bino trying to create a water cube out of thin air? Jiang Shao was in the early stage of the galaxy realm, and after splitting his star power with Prince Bino, he was filled with about 70% of his star power. Prince Bino was at the peak of the galaxy realm, so the total amount of star power he had was definitely less than 50%. Why is he doing this? Is he putting everything on the line? Jiang Shao quickly changed his battle strategy and switched from defense to offense. As an outstanding star warrior, Jiang Zhao's ability to read the competition was rather good. Both sides were clear that once they engaged in close combat, Prince Nuo would be at a disadvantage. Jiang Shao had already proven his close combat abilities in the past 3 matches. Even though he was a support, his combat skills were not inferior to any melee fighters. In fact, they were even better than melee fighters. Once both parties ran out of star power and stopped using their star techniques, Prince Bino's fate seemed to have been sealed. Jiang Shao had made up his mind to deplete the other party's star power. What was Prince Binuo doing? Was he walking into a trap? Still consuming star power like crazy? What did this mean? This meant that he was going to attack with all his strength. It was either succeed or die trying. Jiang Shao had a solemn expression on his face. The water level had already risen to the middle of his calves. It was simply unimaginable for such a large grassy field to have such a high water level. Prince Binuo looked at Jiang Shao from afar and snorted coldly. His body suddenly fell backwards. Everything, including his trident, melted into the waves. Miraculous! Jiang Shao had a sullen expression. Although Prince Binuo's humph was very arrogant, his expression did not seem to be fake. Jiang Shao could tell that Prince Binuo was very confident in taking down Jiang Shao within a short period of time. Jiang Shao swung his sword upwards, and a Prince Binuo that was made of water suddenly emerged from the water behind him. He held a water trident and stabbed it towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao smashed the waterman in front of him, but the watermen in all directions rushed out. As the water level rose, their range of activity increased. Jiang Shao hurriedly dodged and distanced himself from the watermen. However, at the instant he landed, countless watermen rose again. This time, the tridents pierced Jiang Zhao's body. His chest, back, waist. Jiang Shao wanted to dodge at first, but the water level had submerged his calves, and there seemed to be countless hands grabbing onto his calves, making it difficult for him to move. Jiang Shao did not want to waste his star power, so he simply smashed the trident in front of him with his sword. He did not have any defense at all. The water that was supposed to be soft seemed to be as hard as steel after it turned into a water trident. It pierced through Jiang Zhao's clothes and made ding-ding sounds when it came into contact with his skin. Such a scene seemed to cause Prince Nobi to be slightly shocked. Of course, he knew that Jiang Zhao's defense was very strong, but he did not expect it to be this strong. The diamond endurance was not just for show. It was also because of this assassination that Prince Nobi changed his strategy again. He no longer used the watermen to attack. Instead, a water vortex quickly formed and swirled Jiang Shao into it, as if it wanted to smash him completely. How could Jiang Shao let him have his way? His body flashed, and he hung on the iron cage on the east side. He passed through the iron wire with one hand and hung a height of 8 to 9 meters. He then turned to look at the water below. It was indeed a very distinct water cube. The problem was, where was Prince Binuo? All of a sudden, a water dragon condensed in the iron cage that was filled with water curtains beside Jiang Shao and sent him flying. As the water level rose, the iron cages around the iron cage shattered and collapsed. An incomparably clear cube of water appeared before everyone's eyes. Previously, there was still the iron cage water curtain that blocked their vision. But now they could see the students fighting in the crystal clear water cube. Jiang Shao initially thought that he still had some time to think and deal with it. However, he did not expect that the water level was not rising at a uniform speed. After breaking through the slow speed at the beginning, the water level actually soared rapidly. It has probably risen to 3 meters. This Prince Binuo, what kind of water is this? As soon as Jiang Shao was sent into the water cube by the water dragon, the vortex in the water stirred up. Jiang Shao gripped the sword tightly in his hand, and his head was spinning. His body was spinning rapidly along with the vortex. There was normal pressure from the water, but there was no star technique tearing. Prince Binuo seemed to have recognized the situation and did not waste his star power to use such a star technique. He simply controlled the vortex and made Jiang Shao spin frantically. He seemed to be buying time for Prince Binuo's final attack. The more terrifying thing was that Jiang Shao could not breathe underwater. Wan Ming yelled, "Oh my God! What did we just see? It's a huge water cube. Prince Binuo has turned the green field. No, he's turned the original iron cage into his home field." However, Yi Xuanyang was looking for Jiang Shao in the water. Through the camera, Yi Xuanyang saw Jiang Shao in the southeast corner and couldn't help but say worriedly, "Shrimpy, Shrimpy is spinning. Does he still have the ability to fight? Should the referee stop the competition in time?" Prince Binuo has made his move. In the huge water cube, Prince Binuo was like a nimble fish that shuttled rapidly in the water while raising his trident. At the next moment, Prince Binuo's body stopped abruptly and his golden brown hair floated forward along with the waves. A trident star map appeared in front of his chest. He has a total of 29 star slots. He's a genius. Clearly, he was still in the galaxy stage. Hence, only the first 16 star slots were filled. The 16th star slot suddenly lit up with a platinum luster. Next, the trident in Prince Binuo's hand also lit up with a dazzling ray of light. Whoosh! At this moment, Jiang Zhao's body suddenly disappeared, and he appeared more than 100 meters above the ground. Huffed. Cough, cough, cough. Puff. Jiang Shao spat out large mouthfuls of water in the sky and coughed so hard that his tears flowed out. In fact, he had no idea where he was. How could he tell which direction he was in when he was in the whirlpool? He could only vaguely see the light of the sun and left in a flash. Prince Binuo frowned and thought, "This damned teleportation." Prince Binuo held onto the trident that was still shining brightly in his hand and swam freely in the water cube. He then appeared at the top of the 3-meter-tall water cube and saw Jiang Shao coughing loudly and falling continuously from the sky. Prince Binuo really couldn't wait any longer. His star technique had already been condensed and formed. If he still didn't throw it out, he would probably blow himself up. Damn teleportation. Prince Binuo turned around, and the trident in his hand turned into a javelin that he stabbed towards the sky forcefully. Xiaopi. Xia Yin stood up abruptly and exclaimed in shock. However, there was complete silence in the red formation that she was in, and everyone was extremely nervous. Jiang Shao wiped his tears as he sensed the danger. His body suddenly flickered, and his body froze abruptly. He finally found his bearings and landed outside the center line of the half-court. He was right in front of Xia Yin. He had followed the familiar sound of flashing. The trident that was emitting a dazzling ray of light flashed across the sky, and the sound of a violent explosion could be heard in the distance. Beep! Warning! The contestant has left the competition venue for the second time. Please return immediately. Otherwise, you will be treated as giving up. The first time he left the competition venue should have been when Jiang Shao flashed to a height of 100 meters. The second time he left the competition venue should have been when he followed Xia Yan's voice and dodged his current position. As for returning to the competition venue, where would the competition venue be? The length, width, and height had all been occupied by the water cube. Of course, there was still at least 7 meters of space that had not been occupied by the cage that was supposed to be 10 meters tall. There was plenty of space for him to move around, but Jiang Shao had yet to shed his domain tears and couldn't fly. Where do you want me to go? Return to the water to be tortured? With a sullen expression, Prince Binuo turned around and dove into the water cube. Ever since he heard the referee's voice, Prince Binuo seemed to have come up with a new plan. However, does he still have enough star power to support the water cube? Of course, before asking such questions, he should first ask Jiang Shao what he should do. Beep. Contestant, please return to the competition venue. Warning. Shut up. Ahem. Puffed. Jiang Shao picked up his giant sword and rebuked the referee for the first time. The feeling of drowning was simply too unbearable for him. Fortunately, he could tolerate it. At the next moment, Prince Binuo's figure appeared. He appeared at the edge of the south side of the green field and floated quietly in the water with his golden-red national team uniform floating slightly. He stared at Jiang Shao from afar through the water curtain and gestured for him to go ahead. Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao gripped the giant sword in his hand tightly and strode forward. With a stomp of his feet, he leaped up into the sky. Prince Binuo's gaze froze, and he summoned a water trident in his hand again. Like a flying fish, he swam upwards rapidly and swung the trident in his hand again. His intention was obvious. He wanted to stop Jiang Shao from entering the competition venue. However, Jiang Zhao's body suddenly flashed and appeared at the center of the field. Huh! Prince Binuo waved his hands and tried to condense two water dragons in an attempt to force Jiang Shao to retreat. Jiang Shao, who appeared in midair, faced the water cube with distinct edges and corners. The giant sword in his hand was covered in an extremely dense green glow. As his body fell, he slashed down viciously. At the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. Their jaws dropped. It was as if they had seen something unbelievable. Is this the legendary creativity? The giant sword in Jiang Zhao's hand cut through the water cube like a knife, cutting through a piece of tofu. Not only did it cut through the water cube, but it also caused the water in the water cube to flow forward and to the sides, shattering mountains and seas. The power of the diamond green glow. Any water droplets that came into contact with the giant sword's green glow were all sent flying for at least 50 meters away. The water cube was like a book that had been flipped open from the middle and surged rapidly to the sides. Prince Binuo was greatly alarmed by the huge turbulence that was swarming towards him. He hurriedly tried to control the water, but was swept away by the turbulence. This time, he also experienced the feeling of being swept away by the whirlpool. As the world spun and Prince Binuo no longer used his star power to control the water cube, it was like a piece of tofu that had been cut apart. There were no edges and corners, and the waves spread out, surging and surging majestically. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Don't push me. The audience was in chaos, and everyone retreated to avoid the waves. However, the waves were blocked by the defensive shield at the side of the field. The staff at the scene announced loudly to prevent any serious accidents from happening. The waves that rushed to the defensive shield and were swept back almost instantly evaporated by more than half, turning into specks of starlight that dissipated on the green field. The scene was extremely beautiful. While the audience was in a state of panic, Xia Yin remained still like a stone statue. She crossed her arms and stared at the green field that was being washed by the waves. Amidst this beautiful starry scene, Prince Bino was sprawled on the ground, using both his hands and feet to get up. Behind him, a figure suddenly appeared, the giant blade in his hand radiating a cold light. Screech! Water splashed everywhere. It splattered all over Binuo's face. The giant sword was stuck close to the tip of Prince Binuo's nose and stabbed into the ground forcefully. Prince Binuo's eyes widened. Even though he was soaking in the cold water, he still felt chills down his spine. If the other party didn't hold back, would I have already died? Although Prince Binuo was holding a trident, he was a rules awakened and did not have any defensive star techniques like Body of Steel. At this moment, he did not activate the water shield. The sword alone was enough to explain everything. Prince Binuo looked at the cold blade that was inches away from him and couldn't help but gulp. All of a sudden, he actually didn't know how to face the opponent behind him. All of a sudden, the toxic healer could be heard vomiting behind him. Ugh! Puffed! Jiang Shao, who had long been filled with water, wanted to say something cool. He still wanted to say something cool, but he couldn't hold it in and spat out all the water in his stomach. Chapter 577. Prince Bino initially didn't know how to face the opponent behind him or how to face his failure. However, when he heard the sound of vomiting behind him, he finally found a way out of this embarrassing situation. Prince Bino turned over and his handsome face was wet and full of disdain. Okay, you win. Don't vomit on me. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's nose was covered in tears and his entire body was wet. His strength was to be a loach in a mud pond, not a fish in a pond. Speaking of which, what's going on with this Prince Bino? Why is his state completely different from before and after the match? Is he pretending to be cold and aloof? The microphone on his clothes had long since disappeared. Prince Bino wiped his face with one hand, appropriately blocking the shape of his mouth. As expected, I knew something was going to happen. Your damn support, there's definitely something wrong. Jiang Xiao lowered his head to look at Prince Binuo. Just as he was about to tease him, his stomach churned again. He quickly turned around and spat behind him. Huffed. Huff. Jiang Xiao squatted on the ground and rested his hands on his knees. He didn't want to compete with such a person anymore. They were in a grassy field. If they were to fight underwater, Jiang Xiao would probably have no choice but to escape. Prince Bino got up, stepped forward, and patted Jiang Zhao's back gently. Juliet, that woman lost. Sigh. She's going to be ridiculed by Sophia again. In the past 3 games, Jiang Xiao had defeated a bunch of captains, but Prince Bino only mentioned the name of the captain of the Rising Sun City, Juliet. In fact, that was indeed the case. The captain of the Rising Sun City, including the Royal Sea Burial King, would almost always be able to win whenever they encountered other opponents. If it weren't for Jiang Xiao, the Royal Sea Burial King might really have been able to enter the top 8 with his strength. The Sea Burial King resolved the crisis of the Reign of Tears, the crisis of silence, and even greatly weakened the crisis of blessing. However, although Jiang Xiao had few star techniques, his configuration was more comprehensive. Jiang Xiao changed his battle strategy and decided to use the space-time rift as a foundation and countercurrent light as a supplement to deplete his opponent's star power. Relying on his powerful melee combat techniques, it was obvious that he wanted to engage in close combat with his opponent. That was why he forced Prince Bino to go all out. This was a battle, but it was also a gamble. The audience was initially the only ones cheering and cheering. However, as Prince Bino patted Jiang Zhao's back, his magnanimous behavior seemed to reflect the demeanor that the royal family should have. This action made the audience applaud. Prince Binuo seemed to be someone who would return the favor tenfold. Jiang Xiao had indeed given him enough face by stabbing the knife into his face just now. If he were to be stabbed in the head, the scene would be too beautiful. The media would probably be in an uproar tomorrow. Of course, even if the giant knife was stabbed into the side of Prince Binuo's face, the media would still be in an uproar. Prince Binuo's gentlemanly behavior could save his image. While patting Jiang Zhao's back, Prince Binuo said softly, "I'll ask you to come to the Sima Kingdom in a while. Get ready to fight Sophia." Jiang Xiao said, "Second Duke." "Ahem, ahem, Master?" Prince Binuo said, "Yes, when she taunts me, I'll tell her that I've already asked you to come to the Sima Kingdom and let her have a taste of your combat style." Jiang Xiao was in a much better state now. He stood up straight and suddenly said, "Can you go back to being cold and aloof? I'm not used to it." Prince Binuo humphed in disdain and said, "Juliet said that you're very interesting. Why can't I tell?" Jiang Xiao was displeased and said, "Why don't you try coughing and vomiting? I'm still in a mood to joke with you." Prince Binuo smiled charmingly and said, "Water is my friend. I've never tried drowning." "That's not a coincidence." Jiang Xiao looked up at Binuo's deep eyes and said, "Victory is my friend. I've never tasted failure." Prince Binuo was dumbfounded. Beep, 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 beep. After communicating with the judges for a while, the judge finally blew the whistle and announced the result that everyone could see, but the judges insisted on discussing. Huaxia, victory. Prince Binuo put his arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder, giving Jiang Xiao a fright. He whispered, "Wave. Show a smile." Jiang Xiao replied softly, "Hello, official." Prince Binuo took a step back and clapped for Jiang Xiao with a congratulatory smile on his face. He said through gritted teeth, "Shut up." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Wow, Xiaopi. When Xia Yin heard the referee's voice, she was completely relieved. She thought that Jiang Xiao was going to be disqualified. However, Xia Yin leaped down from the third row of spectator seats and ran towards the arena while cheering. Bang! Xia Yin slammed her head into the defensive shield that was activated by the competition authorities and landed on her, but Xia Yin rubbed her forehead with one hand, feeling a little confused. However, she couldn't help but extend her long legs and kick the transparent defensive shield in front of her. Fortunately, the audience was in an uproar and it seemed that not many people had noticed that scene. On the arena, Jiang Xiao bade farewell to Prince Binuo and received another invitation to go to the Sima Kingdom. However, Jiang Xiao only said that he would leave his contact information after the competition. I haven't figured out what's going on in China yet. What's the point of going overseas? Of course, if the prince takes out a bunch of platinum star beads and treats me with great hospitality, it's not impossible for me to go to the Sima Kingdom. Although I'm a member of the Guardians of Night, and I have to go through many stages of approval to go abroad. However, for the sake of the friendship between China and the Sima Kingdom, I can still do it. Prince Binuo suddenly whispered, the captains of Xinbei, Lanxi, Yiji, and Apennine are all waiting to prove themselves. Huh? Jiang Xiao turned around and asked softly, prove what? Prince Binuo smiled and said, prove that they're stronger than the Sima Kingdom and the unsetting Sun Kingdom. Jiang Xiao was secretly speechless and thought, oh my God, had he incurred the wrath of the masses? Did I offend the European sea god? Although I'm a coward, I'm stubborn. Jiang Xiao grinned and said, Xia, Portugal, and the Russian Federation don't have anything to say? Why don't we go together? I'm in a hurry to go back for the summer vacation. I'll take a good rest. I heard that the Year 2 classes are especially intense. Prince Binuo felt the blood in his chest churning, and he could no longer continue the conversation. Although he managed his facial expressions well, he reckoned that he was about to lose control of them. Hence, he hurriedly turned around and left. On the way back, Prince Binuo secretly looked up at the audience, only to see that the seat that used to be occupied by the second princess was already empty. Humph! Binuo humphed coldly. As the two of them left, the venue staff finally put away the transparent defensive shield. Xia Yin was still seated on the ground and kicking the defensive shield with her feet. All of a sudden, she discovered that the defensive shield was gone, and she immediately stood up. She was like a joyful husky, kicking a puddle of water with every step she took and running towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao got a great shock and frantically yelled, don't raise it high. You're not allowed to. You can't. After saying that, Jiang Xiao froze in shock. Xia Yin couldn't hear him at all. She brushed past Fang Xingyun, who was waiting to welcome Jiang Xiao, and dashed forward to plunge into Jiang Xiao's arms. Fang Xingyun was stunned and thought, I've been intercepted? Seeing that my child was hugging another girl, Fang Xingyun suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Xia Yin continuously patted Jiang Zhao's back and exclaimed excitedly in his ear, 41. You're in the top 41 in the world. Can you believe it? Jiang Xiao grimaced in pain, and his back was drenched in water after being slapped. Seeing that the staff had come up to build the cage, Jiang Xiao hurriedly wrapped an arm around Xia Yin's waist and lifted her up slightly before quickly walking off the stage. However, it also caused the audience to whistle. Xia Yin finally realized something, but she did not struggle. Instead, she lowered her head and buried her face. She was much quieter than before. In the waiting area, Fang Xingyun was standing with a gratified look on his face, and the reporter, Yang Yang, who was all smiles. Yang Yang was in a good mood. It seemed that Fang Xingyun did not reject the post-match interview this time. However, the interview was not held at the sidelines this time. At Jiang Zhao's request, everyone walked through the players' tunnel and returned to the temporary locker room. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiao came out of the bathroom, looking refreshed. He had already changed his clothes and was drying his hair with a towel while accepting Yang Yang's interview. Congratulations on winning the competition. You've advanced to the top 41 in the world. Yang Yang congratulated him with a beaming expression. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Shao thanked him profusely and looked humble. After all, Fang Xingyun's stern and scrutinizing gaze was very effective in reminding him. Yang Yang asked, "Is this outcome in line with your expectations before the competition?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "My team leader, Fang Xingyun, and I have made a lot of plans and adjustment for this competition. This is the outcome that we want to see the most." Yang Yang continued to ask, "The effect is really good, especially your performance at the end, as if you were cutting tofu with a knife. It's really inspiring. Even those professional Star Warriors have never achieved such an effect. At least, I've never seen such a scene in a movie." Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, "The water is controlled by him. As long as I mess him up, the water cube will naturally disperse." Yang Yang sighed and said, "Your high-quality green glow is really terrifying. It actually got Prince Beano involved in the water stream that he created himself. I remember that you started running and leaping high for the last strike, but then you used teleportation to hurry along. Was that to attract the opponent?" Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Of course. He's not as good at controlling the water as you think. I sprinted at the beginning because I wanted him to take the bait. If I teleported directly, he wouldn't be so close to me. My green glow isn't as powerful as you think. Of course, the closer I am to him, the better the effect." Jiang Shao continued, "I stirred up the turbulence, and everything that happens in the water is not under my control. I just have to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. I'm just a person who sets the pace. The water behind me is just going with the flow." Yang Yang was dumbfounded. Ahem. Fang Xingyun suddenly lowered his head and coughed twice. Jiang Shao suddenly strode forward and took 2 quick steps toward the camera. He tilted the lens and pointed it at the dumbfounded Xia Yan. He then frantically changed the topic. "This person is Xia Yan, my teammate. She's also the one who guided me in learning the Xia family swordsmanship." Xia Yan was a little flustered and frantically waved her hands at the camera. Jiang Shao retreated and said, "In the next 2 years, we will work harder and form teams to compete in competitions to reach a higher standard. If you're lucky enough to fight for the country, you'll be able to see the 2 swords of China." In an ordinary house in Jiangbin City, Beijiang Province, far away in Huaxia, Xia Shanhai sat on the sofa and looked at Jiang Shao on the screen before nodding in satisfaction. It's pressure, but also motivation. That's how it should be for the Star Warriors of China. Only by being with such people can one unleash all their potential and grow in an almost barbaric manner. As for whether she would be overwhelmed by the immense pressure, Xia Shanhai thought about his daughter's character and thought to himself, that's not going to happen. It seems that it's a good choice for the crazy Xia Yan to hang out with the kid from the Han family. If Xia Shanhai knew that Jiang Zhao's previous move was called shattering mountains and breaking seas, he would have probably turned off the television and bought a plane ticket to Neon. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.